All good? Yep. Thank you very much for your attendance today. This meeting, of course, is open to the public and will be live streamed. It's the June meeting, ordinary meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council. Can I recognise those who have in fact joined us online and are watching what Council is doing through the social media channels. Councillors, we'll begin today, I think, by remembering a rather tragic incident last week. It's important for us to take a moment to pause and reflect on the life that was taken far too soon from us. Jared Snyder was a valued member of our team at Council, and our thoughts and prayers are with his family, including his mother Karen, who's a very valued member of our financial services team. I'd ask you to join me, councillors and staff who are here, in a minute's silence. Thank you very much. Can I begin the meeting today by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands that we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Jibal, the Garrawah people and also the Bingambul peoples. Can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. In terms of attendance today, we've got two people who've been granted leave of absence, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Carl. Is there anyone else who wishes to apply for leave of absence? I'll be applying for leave of absence between the 2nd and the 10th of July 2022. Someone like to move accordingly? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? That's carried. Anybody else wishing to seek leave of absence? If not, we move to the declarations, and the declaration of prescribed. Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to have a declaration of a prescribed conflict of interest. It's in item 4 of the Planning and Development Committee. I request that it be minuted that I declare a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of the 14th of June 2022. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Shea. I wish to declare that I have a declarable conflict of interest. And I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 of the Planning and Development Committee meeting on the 14th of June 2022 of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on that matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. I'll now move to Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Declaration of declarable interest, item number 3, Toowoomba E-Micro Mobility Implementation Project, Progress Report and Next Steps. I request that it be minuted that I declare a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 of the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 14th of June 2022 and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, so I'll participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. I request that it be minuted that I declare declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 at the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 14th of June 2022 and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shine, who's not here, Mr Acting CEO, do we deal with that at the time if he turns up here? Thank you very much. Councillor Von Hoff, item 4 of item 5.
Thank you, Mayor. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Environment and Community Committee meeting of the 15th of June 2022, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you very much. Any other declarations of interest? If not, we'll move to item 3. Councillor
Sorry,
McMahon?
we are a few short. Have their apologies been noted, or do we need to do them?
Yes,
You've
I
done
started
them?
with that early.
Yeah, good.
Councillor O'Hara Sullivan, Councillor Carl, absent today, leave of absence. Apologies noted, yes. Move then to item 3. Item 3.1 is the ordinary meeting, the 17th of May 2022, at which all councillors were present. Would someone like to move the minutes of that meeting be a true and proper record? Councillor McDonald has moved. Councillor Von Hoff has seconded that. Those in favour? That's carried. Move then to item 3.2, the special meeting of council on the 8th of June 2022, at which all councillors were present. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor O'Shea has moved. Councillor Carol Taylor has seconded. Those in favour? That is carried. Move to item 3.3, the special meeting of council on the 13th of June 2022, at which all councillors were present. Someone like to move that? Councillor McMahon has moved that. Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded that. Those in favour? That is carried. We now move to item 4. Is anybody wishing to bring forward any business arising out of the minutes that we've just dealt with? If not, we move to item 5, which is the presentation of petitions. My understanding is, Councillor McMahon, you have a petition?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'd like to table this petition, which is titled Request for Water Play Area in Toowoomba. And I will read a brief blurb. Families of Toowoomba understand that Council has a lot of important things to look at. We, as parents and grandparents, however, see the more important thing that our children and grandchildren is to get them out and about and moving in play areas suitable for them. Of course, we'd love to see this done yesterday and not tomorrow. Council's 10-year time frame is a long time away. It would be great to see a faster approach to see this come to fruition. And Chair, that petition is backed up by some 10 pages of signatures, given, I suppose, some of the ideas on the horizon around a Charlton Sports Park and railway parklands that are coming up in the next little while. I'd be very happy to table this petition to Council today.
And you would like to move the receipt of that petition?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Happy to move.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Von Hoff has seconded that. Those in favour, if you could bring that petition to the table, please, Councillor McMahon. Thank you very much. Councillors, we move then to item 6, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. I think you've got this a couple of days ago. You would have got it earlier, but my office has not been staffed in recent times. So it is a motion that's very similar to where we were with the seal the deal concept in regard to the bypass, which I think those of us who are around would understand just how very successful that seal the deal journey was. And I personally believe it's an appropriate time for us to begin this community's involvement in getting the fast rail. I think there is an opportunity now, greater than there has been possibly, because of the interest that the current Prime Minister has in fast rail, and he'll certainly has an invitation to come here, which was delivered directly to him by Councillor McVeigh yesterday or the day before, whenever it was, when we were in Canberra. so we're hoping that we can bring him to town. But I'm happy to move that motion. Is there anyone wishing to second it? Councillor Carol Taylor has seconded that. Is there any comments? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. Just a question. In relation to the work that's already been done, have you received a briefing at all on the outcomes on that business case that was done?
Sadly, there's very little coming back to the elected representatives. I know that we know that our General Manager in Infrastructure is part of that, but we also know that he's virtually these meetings are confidential. We are hoping for a better briefing in the not too distant future. The three mayors, Ipswich, Lockyer and myself, are attempting to get a meeting going. See, we did have one and we were working together, but that privilege was taken away from us in regard to this $15 million. So I think this is a way that we can begin to open the door, that we can begin to tell the people of Toowoomba that we're working on it as a council, and hopefully there'll be a bit more exposure as a result of the work that we intend to do, which of course you might notice in this resolution is not just about signage, it's also about doing what we did with the Seal the Deal conference in Toowoomba, which you would recall, and doing a similar conference in respect to passenger rail.
Thank you. I guess my only concern is that, and I'd really think it'd be great if we could be briefed as councillors by General Manager Brady. It's important for us to understand because, and I go back to something Councillor Carroll said when we first talked about this, it relied on population base, and it was a much bigger population base than we've got. I thought it was around 700,000. So I'm just a bit concerned that are we, and I like the idea of projecting this to try and help with delivery, but if the information is already there in the business case that it doesn't stack up, we need to be aware of it. I'm just a bit concerned that we're putting the cart before the horse, but...
Well, I don't see it that way. I see it quite differently in that we must step forward and start promoting, and then maybe the information will come our way as a result of the information that comes out of Toowoomba. Councillor Carroll and Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My comment around the population density is to do with light rail, i.e. inside our area, and that is around 750,000 before it becomes the density in our community, so to speak. Light rail coming here, even if it does come just to the bottom of the range, will advantage more than our community here. It will be the growth that is happening here, the Lockyer Valley, in the Somerset region, areas of the Somerset region, areas of Scenic Rim, and of course Ipswich. So, and then that benefit would go, as Mayor McVeigh has commented on, further out, they would come to here and be able to catch a fast train to Brisbane. So Gundawindi, places like that would advantage all that. So it's not just about us, and my comment is around at 750 is for our actual light rail in our community. So I see this as being, it's a lobbying tool. I see it as being the right one. The bypass, as we know, took a long time and a lot of advocacy. And if we all speak with the one voice on this, I think that we've got an opportunity to get to the people who can make it happen. Thank you.
Yes, and if I could just very briefly say before Councillor Von Hoff speaks that I think the work that was done in the Seal the Deal and that opportunity that suddenly presented itself with the three levels of government working together was something that clinched that deal. It could be, and I often think about it, had there been not that cooperation between the three levels of government, we would not have the bypass. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mayor. I think this is fantastic, and I think that part of our job is to push and advocate and champion for our region, even when there are people who say no, and that I think I'm a subscriber to the if you build it, they will come mentality. And we know that South East Queensland has a population problem. They're squeezed. They don't know where they're going to be able to put a couple of million people who are going to be moving into South East Queensland in the next few years. So we can be a solution to that problem. Absolutely. We can be connected, and we are a fantastic place to live, and I commend this. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, I think the livability of Toowoomba will attract many people, And if you look at health, if you look at education, but if you look at the overall livability here, we've got it. You've only got to drive to some of the suburbs of Brisbane and you realise just how good it is here in Toowoomba. So I'm very hopeful that we can begin a campaign, and it may be a 10, 15-year campaign, but it has to be begun somewhere. We've got to begin to get the community on side, and we've got to let all levels of government know exactly what it could bring to this community. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Thanks for bringing this forward as a mayoral minute. I think it's appropriate that we do this, given the excitement around all things that are happening, not just here, but through the corridor that we speak of, particularly through Ipswich and what have you, Springfield, and knowing that we'll have a deputation very soon from University of Southern Queensland, it probably fits beautifully with their thinking as well. So I agree that it may not be something that starts to happen. The tracks won't be down next week, but we need to start, and it's because it's not the first time this has been spoken about, so it certainly won't be new to the community, and there's many advocates for fast rail from Toowoomba to Brisbane, and there has been for many, many years. So I think it's leadership is required for visionary projects, and this is one of those visionary projects that I think we should have on the table, and certainly, as you often say, we are on a journey, but I think it's the right journey to have, so fully supportive.
Any other comments around the room? I've moved that. It's been seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. I'll take a vote. Those in favour? Thank you very much. Councillors, we move now to item 7, which is the reception of deputations and delegations by appointment. And if there's one thing that underpins the livability and the attractiveness of this community, is the journey that we've been on to get this University of Southern Queensland to where it is. As quite a young man, I remember the discussion there was in this community and about, the possibility of a university. And it all grew out of an idea from Delise Kelly's head, I think, and a few other people around her. And I know many people around me in that early days, they sent cheques off to be part of that. I know my late dad did, and he was a grade 7 educated farmer, so he saw the value. So we're very honoured today to have the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Geraldine McKenzie. We also have Professor John Bell, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Research and Innovation, Professor Peter Schubel, Executive Director of the Institute of Advanced Engineering and Space Science, and of course Professor the Honourable Dr John McVeigh, who we're all once upon a time used to be part of this organisation here before moving through the other 2 levels of government. So we're delighted, and today we're talking about Trailblazer, the iLaunch Hub, and the University of Southern Queensland. So, Vice-Chancellor, if you wish to come down to the lectern, and if your colleagues wish to come down and be handy, they may be needed. We're very honoured, Vice-Chancellor, to have you and so many professors in the room with you.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you very much for the privilege of coming to speak to you today. As the Mayor said, our university is very much community-based. We were in fact formed by the community, and we're very proudly partner with many, many of the industries in Toowoomba, and my colleague, Professor Pete Schubel, will be talking to you about some of those in just a moment, so I won't keep you for very long. We are particularly proud of the Trailblazer grant that has been awarded to us. It's one of only 6 for all 39 Australian universities, the only one in space. Professor Schubel will tell you a little bit more about the really exciting projects that are going to be happening over the next 4 years from this $180 million project. We've received, or are about to receive, $50 million from the federal government. This is the largest single amount of money the university has ever received. This is very much a coming of age for us at the University of Southern Queensland, and perhaps it's no coincidence that just next week we'll be launching a new brand, new logo, new colours and new acronym. So I'm looking forward to sharing that with you in the media next week with some media releases and other publicity. But Mayor, may I pass to my colleague, Professor Pete Schubel, to give you more information and we'd like to very happy to take any questions, Mayor, that anybody might have.
Thank you very much, Vice-Chancellor. Professor Bell.
Thank you, Vice-Chancellor. Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor and councillors for this opportunity. There are some slides to go with this. I'm not sure if you're able to bring those up. While somebody brings those up, I'll start. Thank you. So imagine a regional university in Toowoomba being awarded one of the largest ever federally funded university research programs. Imagine USQ as the leading space research university in the country. Imagine space manufacturing ecosystem here in the Toowoomba region. Well, that's what we're doing. The USQ iLaunch Trailblazer, innovative launch, automation, novel materials, communications and hypersonics, is a $180 million program with the aim to support industry, to support industry to address sovereign space manufacturing, to build an ecosystem based on the key building blocks of a space economy, which are payload, launch, and launch vehicles. iLaunch operates as the hub with 3 nodes, leading at USQ here in Queensland, ANU in the Australian Capital Territory, and UniSA in South Australia. These are 3 of the most dominant universities in the Australian space sector who have committed $64 million of institutional support. Our 23 industry partners have pledged a further $56 million and have identified over $3.7 billion in economic benefits associated with the core iLaunch commercialisation projects. iLaunch will employ and train over 50 researchers in the space sector and will be supported by a multi-million-dollar CSIRO equipment request. iLaunch will deliver a pipeline of space-ready graduates through the space engineering degree that will be jointly delivered by the 3 core universities. Thank you. Our 23 industry partners include defence primes, Tier 1s and 15 SMEs, including 4 companies based here in southeast Queensland. From the research capability, USQ will be developing 3D printed regenerative rocket nozzles, 3D printed repair technologies, composite rocket motor casings and fuel tanks, high temperature ceramics for hypersonic flight vehicles, thermally resistant launch pads, diagnostic systems for airborne observations, hypersonic activities, and the development of injectors for high altitude flight. In the region, we will see the expansion of the static rocket test facility down in Helidon. We will create a major launch facility up in North Queensland and the establishment of a space manufacturing precinct with a rocket manufacturer as anchor tenant and associated supply chain here in this region. From an educational point of view, we will team up with Re-Engineering Australia to deliver space-focused training and activities for years 3 to year 12 in schools. We will deliver that here in the region and throughout Queensland, and our partners down in Canberra and Adelaide will do the same in their region as well. We will develop a series of micro-credentialing courses focused on space and defence, which will support the training and re-education of staff into a space and defence environment. And we will utilise those micro-credentialing courses in order to create a Bachelor of Space Engineering degree, which will create a pipeline of job-ready engineers and scientists for this fast-growing environment. This is an exciting opportunity for USQ and the Toowoomba region and the Australian space manufacturing industry. And I look forward to the day when Toowoomba is known as Australia's space and defence space manufacturing capital. Thank you. So, I was Peter.
Oh,
That's
you're
John.
Peter. John, sorry. just got the list a bit wrong. Come on, John. Saw you at breakfast this morning.
Yes,
Yeah, indeed.
well, I don't actually have anything particular to say. We were here to answer questions for you.
Okay.
We understood there were opportunities for questions as well.
Are there any questions for anybody here? Councillor Melissa Taylor for a start, then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually don't have a question as such, Professor Peter, but I just wanted to pass my congratulations to USQ, to yourself, to Professor Vice-Chancellor Mackenzie, Professor Bell and Professor McVeigh. What an extraordinary achievement. I've been watching the progress and, listening to different presentations that you've had, and we've had the opportunity to tour USQ and see what's happening out there. And from a humble alumni of the 1990s doing a Bachelor of Business out there, one could never have imagined you would be where you are today. And space wasn't even on the radar. So congratulations. The students of our region and indeed Australia are very thankful for the opportunities of the hard work you have put in, and I'm so excited to see where it goes. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind words.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Certainly echo Councillor Melissa's words. Beautifully said, Councillor Melissa. Peter, just a question in regard to the pipeline of engineer and scientists and the Bachelor of Space Engineering degrees. Are there a lot of people out there wanting to do these sorts of things, given it's a first for our region?
Yes, so look, we've actually doing this on the basis that we've actually had a lot of inquiries of people asking about the availability of this type of degree. This type of degree doesn't exist in the country at the moment, so we will actually develop that and deliver as a first for Australia. And I think this is going to be really well received within the Australian community. And I think I like to believe that we'll actually be training a lot of national and international people on this through this bachelor as well.
Brilliant. Another Australia first for our region and for USQ. Just my final question, Mayor, if you don't mind. Mentioning all the partners there, the 23 partners contributing to this, I note Boeing is one of those. And with Boeing now having a presence locally, or soon to be, is the connection there with Boeing, with what they're doing and what you're doing? What's the, if there is a connection, what is that?
Absolutely. So Boeing is Boeing Defence, and the program that we have set up with them is actually to develop a repair strategy for additive manufactured repair strategy, which allows them to utilise it both in a defence context for Loyal Wingman, but it also uses it as a factory-in-a-box process that you could utilise in a space environment. So it actually services both sectors. And that's why Boeing Defence is so excited about that activity.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to echo everyone's congratulations, but I'd like to correct something. Space has been in the minds of the USQ for many, many years, and I don't know, I was the mayor of Cambodia, where Mount Kent has had observatories out there and grown for many years, and we've been always very, very proud of that sphere in astrophysics out there. But at the end of the day, what I'm most concerned about, having just been to Women in Engineers Australia, Women in Engineering breakfast, is the dumbing down of our primary school and high school students with math. And what you're saying is taking these into the schools in year 3 excites me greatly, and it gives not just engineering but other spheres of science and other the ability to be able to study those degrees, because at the moment, if you haven't got the basics right in primary school and you don't have that nurtured math and science, you won't be able to study those things. So for me, that will be an enormous and probably underestimated advantage to our primary school people here, and they won't realise it, but certainly it'll give them many options for their future, including our outstanding and stunning course that'll be only in 3 universities. So I actually, I think that, we just heard on the news this morning that Queensland primary school children are missing the mark in numeracy and literacy, and I think there needs to be a huge think about this, but this will be one way where we'll be arming them with what they need and to go on. Not everyone does, but at the moment they're not able to because they haven't got the right basics. And I think it's just so exciting on many, many levels. And I'd like to congratulate the team, and it's always a team that's involved, past and present. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. How fantastic is this? This is just so wonderful. I remember about 6 months ago, I read a book, The Power of Geography by Tim Marshall, and they go through the chapters and they talk about Iran and Australia and the US. And the very final chapter is space. And I remember turning the page and thinking, well, this is strange that this is included. But actually, as Councillor Taylor was saying, maybe I'm just slow to the uptake, and this is happening right now. So my two questions are, I just want some clarity on the funding. So Geraldine, you were saying USQ is about to receive 50 million of 130, was it, total? Or is that 130 for other universities as well?
So the whole project is 180 million.
180.
With everybody's in-kind and cash, and the government contribution is 50 million in cash
Okay, fantastic.
over 4 years.
Enormous. That's just so terrific to hear for universities. And then the second question is, I wonder the factors that made USQ so appealing, and perhaps our regionality actually is a benefit when you're doing this sort of work. Is that the case?
That's correct. There was, in fact, one of these Trailblazer grants set aside for a regional university. We are that university, but I believe we were ranked very highly of the 4 original anyway, but we were earmarked with the regional. But our project involved, as we said, Australian National University and University of South Australia. We're an excellent company here, and the fact that they were on our project, not the other way around, I think is really significant. So it's those partnerships that have got us over the line, and very, very exciting. And as Councillor McDonald said, the work that we'll be doing with schools and the work in space engineering, which is a first, is really exciting for the university, and we're really looking forward to it. And also, in answer to your question, we think that if you build it, they'll come. So let's look forward to that and look forward to really promoting this region as a centre of innovation and a centre of space science and astrophysics.
Councillor Nancy Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for coming and presenting today. This really is an exciting project for our region. It really opens us up to the world even more. And I remember, not sure how long ago now, Mayor Paul, but it's probably 3 or 4 years ago, John Moody from Moody Space Centre came and spoke to us about opportunities that were here. And at that time, of course, there wasn't anything. I've actually texted John just before to say that you were presenting to us today, so he may be in touch at some stage. He's now the US Space Force Association ambassador, so he continues to work in the space area, so it would be great if there was collaboration there with John. I know he's doing work up around Rockhampton at the moment, and because we didn't really have anything on offer at that time when he came and saw us, so he is hoping that there can be future collaboration there. But I just wondered, in relation to the funding and providing the degrees and everything that's involved, what additional infrastructure will you require out at the USQ?
Sure, that is the million-dollar question, I think, almost literally. So the university has committed, as part of the project, to a new advanced engineering building. We'll be putting it on Baker Street, so closer to the facilities that we already have, as councillors you visited quite recently. That project is estimated to cost at least $50 million. We have been hoping for some federal government support. We will still be lobbying for that, but we don't know how that will progress. Otherwise, the university is still committed to be doing that, but that's a very substantial investment. And we'll also be, as part of this project, building a much larger hypersonic wind tunnel. Again, you would have seen the one on the recent tour, but we do require a much larger one as part of this, and the estimated cost for that is around $12 to $15 million. So it's quite a substantial investment for the university, but it's a really important investment for the future of this community.
Thank you very much, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor Tim McMahon, you have a question?
Oh, Chair, thanks. It was actually very similar to Councillor Summerfield's, but of course I mirror the comments around the table. It's pretty exciting. My own kids just out of nappies, like every others in Toowoomba region, and fascinated by what's out there, and they could be world leaders. From, you know, our house is a couple of k's from USQ, which will be the hub of that in Queensland, Australia and the world. So of course I welcome this, but I was interested in the map that was put up that we're here. Obviously there's a launch pad down the hill somewhere, and you're working with North Queensland, and all sorts of diagrams of what this looks like for the state of Queensland. So we'll have hopefully a HQ on Baker Street, and how does that look like for everywhere else in Queensland? And there was some interesting graphs. Is there anything to add on to that?
Sure, I'll pass to my colleague in a moment to explain a little bit more about the launch testing site down the hill, not quite in Toowoomba. But the new advanced engineering building will be primarily to do with education for students, but it will also be, I think, really critical in collaboration, and will certainly be part of this project. Our existing facilities are on the Baker Street site that's already there behind the Clive Burkhofer Recreation Centre that you're probably familiar with. But I'll let Pete answer the question about the wider benefit for Queensland and the facilities.
Thank you. So to answer your question, there's already an existing launch facility down in South Australia. There's an existing launch facility, as everyone's very aware, on the news at the moment in Northern Territory. And there is a planned launch facility up in very North Queensland. There are actually two. There's one in sort of semi-existence at Abbott Point near Bowen, but it won't be able to service high volume capacity. So one of our industrial partners is looking to develop a very high volume, high capacity launch facility very far North Queensland, very isolated region of Queensland. So that will be part of the offering of the static test site, and I must mention and stress that we don't call it a launch site down in Helidon, because it alarms too many people. So it is a static test site for rockets. There'll be major expansion of that site as well. So there'll be at the moment, that site can handle 200 kilonewton rockets, which to visualise is around about 0.5 metre in diameter and about 3 metres long. That is now progressing up to a meganewton. So that's about the size of one of the first stage rockets of the SpaceX vehicle, to visualise that. So that capacity is growing very rapidly down there. So that's attracting a lot of interest from both local startup rocket companies, but also international primes as well. So we've been taking the likes of Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Thales, and obviously Boeing around that site and around USQ for them to get familiar with what capabilities we have in this region, so that they can start to make that part of their tapestry of how they want to engage in Australia in the space industry. So we're actually actively going out there to attract these multinational primes into this region in order to create an activity and an environment that they want to engage in.
Another question, Councillor McMahon.
Oh, thanks for that. It's fascinating to see all the little dots happening everywhere and kind of working together. I suppose a lot of big words there that I'm not overly familiar with, but where does this see Australia in 20 years? Are we in the space race, putting people in space, or what's the end goal? Where are we heading?
So the Australian Space Agency only just recently announced that as part of their future plan is to put an Australian into space from Australia.
Come on.
So, so there is a national objective to do this now, and we're going to be part of that. Simple as that.
Awesome.
Thank you. Councillor James O'Shea, you have a question?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Bill. It is really exciting. And echo the words that everyone else has said around the room. They're very true, and I think it's another example We talk about education as being one of the great assets of this region, and it's another example of that. My question just was sort of what you were talking about before, one of the challenges is around infrastructure, obviously, and things like that. Are there other challenges on the horizon that you foresee with this? Because obviously with something of this magnitude, whether it's space, whether it's funding, well, space as in literally not in space, I mean as in, things like that. I mean, are there other challenges that obviously you foresee that will obviously need to be worked through in the future? And again, something that will take collaboration with, well, all levels of government, I'm assuming, as well, and community?
Yeah, it's a one-word problem, workforce. So we know, for example, Boeing Defence Australia at Wellcamp Airport will need a workforce of between 200 and 300 skilled workers. Many of these will need to be tertiary educated, many of them will need to be TAFE educated. We just aren't able to churn out the numbers at the moment that are required. Somebody mentioned earlier on about the Western Corridor down to Ipswich and Springfield, and it's similar there with the many companies, some of which are involved in our project, are working in aerospace in that project, and also with Amberley Air Base. So this is a huge industry now for us in the Western Corridor, and we have to be able to provide that workforce because companies are realising that unless they source regional workers, they will leave. They will come here temporarily and then go, and we all know what that looks like. So workforce is the major issue, and we all need to work together on that. So we all need to work together to stop our students leaving Toowoomba to go to university elsewhere, particularly in Brisbane, but also Sydney and Melbourne. We are losing them from our community here, and they're not coming back until much later on in their life, probably when they're looking at babysitting. It's really critical that we keep more of our students here. We're working really hard with the schools, but while Brisbane is seen as the big glamorous lights, there's a real problem here in Toowoomba. We all know that. We're all working on that problem. The Mayor and I have spoken about it very, very regularly, and it is a whole of community solution to that. But we all need to start talking about Toowoomba as being the place to stay, because we know that 70% of people trained regionally stay in the regions. And we know that it's almost the opposite for people trained elsewhere. When they come, they won't be staying for the long term. So with these massive projects starting, particularly Boeing Defence Australia is a great example, we need that regional workforce and we need to grow our own. So that's why we're working with these companies in our engineering degrees. But engineering is in a slump across Australia, which is a ridiculous state of affairs, but that's the current state of affairs. Some of it's due to the lack of maths, some of it's due to encouragement to going into other areas, but we should be encouraging those little ones that some of you have spoken about to be looking at maths and science at an advanced level and to be studying engineering, because this is what they should be doing. So, great question, but workforce is our major issue.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. That's been a wonderful presentation, and I think it's been made very evident in this room that we're very proud of USQ being in our community. We're very proud of the history, those of us who can remember way, way back to the very early days. But to you, Vice-Chancellor, to you, Peter, to you, John, and to you, John, thank you very much for being here today. This community has a reason to be very proud of USQ, and you've just demonstrated another element of that today. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillors will in a moment move to the reception and consideration of committee reports, but as is normal, our values are accountability, safety and well-being, teamwork, honesty and respect, and I thank you very much for all being part of that journey. I'll move to item 8, which is a reception and consideration of committee reports. We move to item 8.1. It would seem that item 4 will be handled separately, so we'll deal with item 3, 5, 6, 8. Would someone like to move at the receipt of that? And anyone wish to take anything out for a separate consideration? Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, item number, so we're on 8.1 planning. Number 5, I think it's worthwhile taking out as well, because there's some information that Adam Goulds may have to share with us today. So if you might move item 5.
You wish to take item 5 out? You
That's
mentioned
right.
item 8 before. It's confidential.
No, 8.1, planning and development, number 5.
Right, good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we'll take 5 out for separate consideration. So let's deal with item 3, item 6, item 8. Would someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor McMahon and Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? Carried. Okay, let's bring out item 5 and all righto. Okay, well, look, we've changed the plans on the advice of the acting CEO. We'll deal with item 4. If Councillor O'Shea, if you wish to move outside for a moment. And we'll deal with item 4. Is anyone wishing to discuss item 4? If not, do I have a motion, please, that it be received? Councillor McMahon and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? That is carried. We can bring Councillor O'Shea back to the room now, please. And we'll deal with item 5.
So, Mr Mayor, do you like me to just quickly mention what this was about? Why it's been pulled down? The reason why?
Yeah, the reason why you want to pull down?
Okay, so the reason is item number 4 of the recommendation, which talks about the capture and charge piping of stormwater flows. And Adam was to do some research and come back prior to this meeting, which he has since done, and provided that information to councillors, and a suggestion that Adam has for councillors to consider to, I guess, mitigate other concerns that councillors had but other areas have had in regard to that, if you wouldn't mind.
So what are you suggesting, Councillor McDonald?
So
Adam will
I'm
give us a
happy
briefing on that.
Adam, it's just that one element,
Just
item
that
number
one,
4.
yeah,
Number 4 of the
Yep,
motion.
number 4 of the 5. Yep, it's okay.
thank you.
Just before Adam does.
Over to you, Adam.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, you let go. You're in charge, so you're...
Just very quickly. Yeah, look, the issue was raised and discussed, and officers were requested to do further research by councillors at the committee, which we've done, and with some interesting results. The initial information we did get from the UDIA in regard to charged pipes appears to be somewhat dated, back to 2015-16. A number of councils have moved on from that point, and Adam will certainly explain the discussions he's had there. So, but we do have a very simple alternative if councillors are of a mind, and Adam will take us through that option as well in terms of a small amendment to part 4 of the recommendation.
Thank you, General Manager. Adam, your turn now.
Thank you, Chair. I've just prepared a couple of things just to assist with the understanding. So can we open the attachment, please, Kirsten? So this is a plan of a charge pipe system. I think I thought I'd just quickly go through the 2 options just so we can understand it a bit more. Can you scroll down to the bottom, please? So the bottom is a long section, which is an engineering drawing. So basically, on the left would be the street or a curb where it discharges to. On the right is a manhole chamber, which roofs, etc., mainly roofs, could discharge to. Now, if you pretend the box off to the side is a building, and there's its roof water would go to that manhole chamber, and you can see in the manhole chamber that there's a dashed line which represents the water level. So basically, through that, water level being higher than the street level, it's able to discharge water out to the street. So that's, called a pressure pipe system or a charge system, something like that. The alternative is actually fairly similar, except you have a pump to drive it. And that's
if you go back to the email, please. There's a couple of proprietary products that are from Brisbane businesses. One is that one there, which is a bit of an ordinary drawing, where it's a submersible pump in a manhole or in a chamber tank, which then pumps out to the street. And the one on the bottom is similar, except it's an external pump. And it essentially works somewhat similar to an on-site disposal system for sewage, except it's a larger pump, driving larger flow rates, etc. So that's the two systems that, when I detail a bit more what we've been discussing, what the other councils have been looking at also. So you would have seen, I prepared an email yesterday afternoon to councillors. I did the ring around of as many councils as I could get a hold of, which I think there's 5 there or 6 there. A lot of councils had been doing the charge systems, but had a number of complaints because they'll block or something. And, you know, when they discharge out the top of that manhole or out of the roofs, then they get complaints, which councils have then gone, well, 2 directions. Either we just ban it altogether and go just straight easements, or we can introduce a pumped option. So Brisbane's one of the ones that opted for a pump option, and their biggest concern was power failure, because they're an electric pump. So they've conditioned that the body corporate must have 2 alternative power sources. So you can have it on a battery, you could have it on a generator, or you could have, you know, a petrol or diesel alternative. So from what it seems, most of them had some form of generator battery system as a backup, because obviously their main rainfall is storm related. When there's storms, the power goes out. You know, without some other power source, then these would be fairly useless. Both systems have the maintenance drama that if there's not maintenance done on them and they do fail, then the fundamental thing is they still drain away from a street. So you do run the risk of complaints, but I think we could mitigate that through conditioning a body corporate that they must have it in their constitution, or in their scheme that they must maintain it on a regular basis and keep a register of that maintenance for us to be able to audit if we need to. So that's just a very brief explanation. In terms of the words that I've suggested, considering the recommendation is for us to prepare a draft TLPI, so you would then have a further chance to review it. So you could have either just simply substitute charged with pumped, or have us investigate both charged and pumped, and then make a decision when the TLPI is drafted. So I've just simply substituted in their charge piped with, it's on the one there, must have been in the email. No. Yeah.
Can we have that put in there so that we can have a look at it?
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I'm happy to move an amendment
Okay,
to there
That's
with those
fine.
words.
we'll get it up before us,
To
Carol.
number 4,
Councillor
thank
Carroll.
you. I was never comfortable with it, and I was waiting on that information, and my information was that BCC had stopped doing it, and I'm pleased that's been confirmed. And so I think that this is it's meeting them halfway, but without without opening us up and the neighbourhood up to nuisance.
Councillor Summerfield, you have a comment?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Adam, for doing further research on this, which you'll recall we actually requested that after the briefing that we had, and I was glad to provide that information at last week's committee meeting to ensure that we did look into it further. I'm just a bit concerned that we're saying capture and pumping of stormwater flows, and then the General Manager said, and then, or you two also, I think, Adam, said that the body corporate would have to make sure that they service their pumps. Well, to me, that's not changing it anything from what we were at last week, because we're just projecting the responsibility onto the body corporate and saying, well, we're saying it's okay to ticket, but it's up to the body corporate. But that does not help the neighbour who has been flooded by this. And so I just want to clarify, you mentioned that Brisbane City Council said they needed to have 2 backup generators. Is that right, if in case of power failure?
No, that they have it would be one backup generator, so 2 separate power sources. So the mains power and then a separate power source, which could be a generator. So if the first one fails, the second one will kick in.
So shouldn't we be including that in here?
That could be brought, so this recommendation is to prepare a TLPI.
Yeah.
So it could be within the TLPI.
But we need to provide that direction here today. So could I suggest that we actually put to capture and pumping of the stormwater flows with an additional power source provided, or whatever the correct wording?
Are you originally suggesting that, or are you originally suggesting that we go a bit deeper into it when we bring this forward to council?
I think, yes, that's right. I think there'll be more to this than just a separate power source. I think there'll be some additional technical things we'll need to cover off on to make sure that it doesn't create problems. That was the obvious one. And the way Brisbane describes it is that it's got to be an MCU application, which I think they're relying on conditioning of the planning approval as well as the body corporate being required. So it means that the body corporate's got to have, it's the first in the front trench, so to speak, looking at the maintenance of these systems, but there would be a follow-up through a planning approval process if, in fact, the body corporate did not perform as it should have. So I think that might cover off on your concern about just leaving it to the body corporate.
Thank you. So we would be following the same line in the
Absolutely.
TLPI?
Yeah, it's a good model, I think,
Yeah.
Brisbane.
Okay.
And given that the UDIA did say that we should follow other councils, even though they were pushing the charged pipe, we'll take them up on part of that principle.
Yeah, thank you. So that'll come back to us for final sign-off anyway, won't it?
Yep,
So
absolutely.
I guess the big lesson we've all learned out of this is that we don't take advice from UDIA or any other external organisation that can actually benefit from it, and let's face the reality of that. But we need to make sure we do our own research, I guess.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think it's been good cooperative exercise, this whole thing. It continues on.
Are there any further questions for Adam?
Mr Mayor, I have moved an amendment. I'm waiting for a seconder, thank you.
Councillor Carroll, I think the advice I'm getting is that the inclusion of this within section 4 and just moving it as it is, then as... You're referring specifically to section 4?
Yeah, just
ask
a
the
question,
acting-
if I might ask a question of procedure. If it's just coming to committee, then it is just a new motion. This has gone through committee, so it does need an amendment, in my view.
No, it hasn't actually been moved or seconded this for an amendment, so
I moved
it's
it,
really, no, but
Councillor
it's really a recommendation that's come to us for then a mover and a seconder with all the other things. So it's been pulled, so it's just a recommendation, which means you can move it and second it as it is. Now's the motion.
I don't agree with
The advice I
Well,
have
that's
from
the
the
fact.
acting CEO, it becomes a motion,
Yes,
and we've taken you as the mover of that motion,
thank you.
the 4 points. Councillor Summerfield has seconded that. Is there any discussion? I'll put this is in relation to the whole item number 5. Those in favour? That's carried. Pardon me. Right, that finishes off the Planning and Development Committee. We'll then move to the Water and Waste Committee, where there are no matters. Would someone like to move the receipt of that report? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? That is carried. We move then to the Infrastructure Report, item 8.3. Sorry. Councillor Shine, you may wish to make your declaration, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 14th of June 2022, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. The division, of course, will be recorded. In relation to Infrastructure Committee, does anyone wish to take any matters out of that for separate consideration? Councillor Carol Taylor has moved that. Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded the receipt of that report. Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to item 8.4, which is the Environment and Community Committee report. Anybody wishing to take any matters out of that, out of those from item 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 and 9. Anyone wishing to take anything out? Yes. That's right. Councillor Von Huss has a separation, so we'll deal with items 3, 4, 6, 8 and 9. Councillor O'Shea has moved, Councillor McMahon has seconded. Those in favour? We'll then move to item 5, where there's a declaration. Would somebody like to move the receipt of item 5, please? Councillor McDonald, Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried. Move then to item 8.5, which is the Finance and Business Strategy Report. All items are included there, items 3, 4 and 5. Would someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor Shine and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? Motion is carried. And finally, we get to item 8.6, which is the Economic Development Committee report. There's item 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Anyone wishing to take any matters out for separate consideration? If not, do I have a mover? Councillor Nancy Summerfield, Councillor Tim McMahon. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillors, we move then to the item 9 on the agenda, the monthly financial performance statement. General Manager Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. So I'm presenting the Executive Performance Report for the period ending 31st of May 2022, as is required by Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation. So the May implications are recorded on page 18 of 101 of Board Books. So you'll note there, Council, that water rate notices were due for payment on the 7th of June. So this is the due date to obtain the full discount and completed the rates and charges for the financial year. So just put an update on how we're tracking this year compared with the same time last year, and noting that our due date was a little bit later this year, but we have 14.1 million outstanding at this point in time, compared with 14 million for the same time last year. And this is to the 21st of June. But the actual percentage of outstanding rates are 4.68% compared with 4.8%. So we're tracking better year to date than we were for the same period last year. An unrestricted cash expense ratio, again, it's tracking slightly higher than the QTC recommended ratio, with the first rates for the new financial year will be due for payment at the beginning of September. So the cash on hand, now that's the majority of our cash income, has to do us now until September, so that just explains why that one's a little bit higher than usual. On page 7 of 8 of the report, I've added in a new table as requested last month, which shows our Capital Works programme delivery to date, both in terms of the dollars and the practical completion. Now, the practical completion figures averaged, as you can appreciate with the large number of projects, various stages of actual completion there, but that full detail will be available in the dashboards information that will be provided to councillors. So if I move on to the consolidated financial performance statement, and page 26 of 101. So overall, operating income tracking 4% above budget, as it has been tracking over the last couple of months. Rates and levies tracking very close, so a variance of less than 1% there. Fees and charges, councillors tracking 6% above budget. So included there, our full budget income has already been received to the end of May for waste services, development services, and development engineering and plumbing. In the grants, subsidies, contributions, donations item, tracking again well above budget. This is as a result of the financial assistance grant, so the full 22-23 financial year component has already been received this year. And we're also in receipt of $1 million for the February 22 declared rain event. So we've received $1 million, but have obviously spent much more than that. And moving to operational expenditure, again, it's overall tracking to budget, but labour is tracking at 8 million or 7% below budget, with 200 vacancies recorded at the end of May across all operational areas of council. So this is the highest number of vacancies we've had as an organisation. The back pay component of the enterprise bargaining agreement, that's back pays to the first pay period in July last year, were processed last Thursday, the 16th of June. So those actual results will be reflected in the June result. Material services, other expenditure, 5.6 million or 6% above budget. So specifically, again, in this area, we have expended 3.5 million in flood recovery expenditure associated with the rain events that were declared for February and May this year, and there is no corresponding budget for those. So we had approved expenditure, we had to get the work done, and that income associated with that expenditure will come in next year. And both finance costs and depreciation are tracking very closely to budget. So moving on to our capital. So capital income tracking to budget, just a 2% variance there. However, we have received less than 50% of grant funding this year to date. So this is an area of concern for us at this time. Our capital programme delivery has been impacted by rain events, by supply chain issues, and key milestones have not been reached. So without reaching those key milestones, we can't actually put in claims for the funding. So at this stage, that funding is deferred. So we're still on track to receive it, but we won't receive it this financial year. And as an example there, we've got within the construction and maintenance team, there's a 5.8 million outstanding, with only 3 million of that expected to be received before the 30th of June. And flood recovery funding of 3.4 million for the 2020 event is not expected to be received now before the end of June. And again, the recent rain delayed the construction of identified culverts. So I think, councillors, this supports our Capital Works programme for 2023 to try, the project that we've adopted is more achievable project. So overall capital expenditure, as per the report, it's 121.6 million. So at the end of May, we've delivered 67% of the revised budget, or 65% of the original budget. As at this morning, that figure had increased to 140 million. We have identified previously and reported to council approximately 26 million in carryovers being brought over to next year. Vacancies across the organisation, the rain events and supply chain issues are the key impacts on the delivery of our Capital Works programme.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Any questions? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. And look, Anne-Marie, firstly, I'd like to say a big thank you to you and your team for the transparency that we now get in our financials. When I think back to 2012, when I was first elected, and the progression that we've seen in relation to finance detailing and the good feeling it gives us to be able to see more of what's really going on within the organisation financially. So thank you to you and your team for all the efforts that you continue to progress with that.
Thank you.
And having said that, I would now like to ask that, so for the 30th of June wrap-up of financials, which will be our July ordinary meeting, what I'd really like to see in the CapEx, and you know I always raise the CapEx because we are always struggling to try and get it finished, and it'll be interesting to see next financial year. We're saying that we've kept it at what we're capable of delivering, so that's a big call because when we get to the 30th of June next year,
Yes.
we've got to see whether we've actually delivered on that capability. So what I'd like to see as at the 30th of June this year in July is the CapEx projects that haven't been completed and their percentage of delivery. So when I say that, I don't mean I just want to see a line, finance and business strategy, this much completed, or W&W, this much completed. I'd like to see the actual, I think it's important for our community as well as the boardroom to see what projects, actual projects that we approved, signed off on and agreed to funding of, that haven't actually been delivered, or if they're only half delivered, or whatever percentage they are delivered, so that we fully understand exactly what the organisation is, what the community is missing out on, I guess. And we all understand all the reasons why it may be there, but we need to understand it because that also helps us understand our capability as well. So that's something I'd like to see, if possible, please. So the other thing I wanted to talk about was the 200 vacancies. I'm just wondering how we're going with being efficient in advertising the minute we know we've got a vacancy. And I'll use the waste manager as an example because that's one I know, it's in my area. That still hasn't been advertised. And I'm just wondering what process we can do, or the organisation can look at, put a spotlight on to see what they can do to be more efficient in getting those positions advertised and filled as quickly as possible to ensure we get continuity within our organisation, because while ever you've got somebody acting, their role has to be filled,
Yes.
then that role has to be filled. So we've got a void in whatever area it is. And so it's always been a concern of mine, and I've raised it previously, that we're not efficient in advertising for those jobs when they become vacant.
I'm happy to take that one on notice. Council, we've been out to the market twice to recruit the lead in the talent and retention team. We were out to the market at the moment the third time, and with more success this time. This is the leader for that team. We have some great young people within that team, just haven't got the skills. We've outsourced a great number of positions of late within the local community. So we're looking to achieve better results, and I agree, we've got to do better in this space.
Is that the last question, Councillor Summerfield? Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Having just come back from Canberra, speaking to a lot of mayors and councils and actually through presentations, I'm happy to support that, but at the end of the day, our councillors and our community needs to understand that the attraction of staff and shortage and expense of goods and services, we are in an unknown area, and it's lacking the inability to attract staff is not just with this council. We as councillors sitting around this table need to understand that this is a national problem. It's a state problem, a national problem. It's very difficult, and in local government, we don't pay as much money as they can get in private enterprise. Having said that, private enterprise is having issues too. We don't, as General Manager Brady says, with engineering, we only produce in this country 50% of the engineers we need, and there has been no skilled migration for 2 years. So at the end of the day, we And our community needs to understand that at times we're asking for the impossible and that we can only do our best. And I do believe staff are doing their best. Early advertising positions is probably something we can do to allay that a bit. But I just want to point out, this is not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's not just our issue, it's the issue of the whole country, not just in local, state and federal government areas, but all over the shop. So it's private enterprise, big corporates and everything. Retention and attraction of staff is very, very difficult, and we need to understand that. And the price of goods and services, that line there is going to go out of the shop because it's not going down. It's rapidly getting far more expensive, and that's of course when you can get it. And then obviously a lot of those jobs are held up because those supplies you can't access. Just want to make that clear because we need to have that see this through the prism of the difficulties that are being experienced nationwide.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Tim, and then Councillor Rebecca.
Chair, thanks. Anne-Marie, thanks for everything you do to get this to us. And, you know, 26 mil out of 165 mil, I suppose no one wants it, but we've talked through this a fair bit, and I suppose I just wanted to actually say when we got 1,700 staff, it may be a different story, but at 1,500, you know, and we're increasing their workload to get that to us, and they're probably working extra hours to try and get these projects funded so that we get a report that, you know, makes us look like we're doing our jobs. So I very much wanted to say I understand the dilemma and how hard you guys are working, and I like Councillor Summerfield said, I look forward to this next year. We're putting some changes in place and to seeing if we can perhaps, you know, come to a better agreement by the end of financial year, but certainly acknowledging your team and as it trickles down into 1,500 employees of the challenges that they're facing with the current shortages. So I suppose I just wanted to say I get that bit of it, and I thank you for getting it here regardless. A few questions. I just wanted to pick up on the quarantined projects,
yes,
which is 77% behind. Like we get one line, you'd probably have a more complex reason. Could you explain?
So there are 3 quarantine projects. They're the dam safety upgrades for Kubi and Crestbrook, and the new water treatment plant at new water treatment plant. So the just delays there again with contractors, with engaging key personnel to deliver those projects.
Okay, so are we there? Obviously, you saved the money over several years.
Yes, so those projects need the dam safety upgrades need to be completed by 2025, and the new water treatment plant online by 2032.
So do we need to necessarily put how much we've actually spent on them if it's saving up for a bigger project? Is there a better way of reporting that?
I think what's important about these 3 projects is that they're over and above our standard Capital Works program. So we did some work around our capacity to include and deliver these projects. So we've isolated them. So at any stage, we can't move funds from, you know, these projects come in under budget. They can't be moved into the other Capital Works program. So that's why they've been quarantined.
Yeah, thanks for that. I thought there'd be I obviously knew very much what it was for, but I thought there'd be a good answer of 70%, 77% under. Second question, so we have our new EBA and staff have been back paid from July 21.
Yes.
So that's, 12 months worth of back pay. Is that the 8 million over budget or the 7%? Is that what that is in there?
No, so that is, part of that is for the back pays, yes. So as soon as the EB was signed off, we increased the wages for all our staff. So we had that ready to go. So first of all, the staff received their pay increase, then, and the increase to superannuation and allowances. Then we calculated the back pay. So the back pay calculation was a an onerous process. So that pay calculation has been carried out, finalised, and everyone has been paid. We're now through the process of, once the final pay period for this year is wrapped up, of the new increase from the first pay period next financial year. So what we will see in the 30th of June results is the back pay
Okay, so that's not
has been
yet to
paid,
come in.
yes, but there will still be a significant under budget amount due to the number of vacancies.
Sure. So was that back pay, even though it's only getting through now, I suppose we knew it was coming, was it
Yes.
budgeted for?
It was, yes, and that explains that variance throughout the year.
Thanks for answering that, appreciate it.
Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Anne-Marie. I agree with Councillor Summerfield. I think that breakdown in projects is informative for us, and I'd second that one. With what you're talking about with the vacancies, it's in the group reports, but you've touched on it now. So I had some red pen circled around the vacancy rates, and my concern that those vacancy rates are just, the trend is not our friend.
Yes.
You know, they keep climbing, and 14.35% now. So you were mentioning that talent position in PCE, it was the third time we've gone out, council has gone out to market to fill that position. So the question is, what sort of feedback is council receiving when we go out to market for these positions, and that one, which facilitates all the others?
Yes, that's exactly.
So I understand how it's a gate that you need to clear before you can get the other positions in place, so it's really important. What sort of feedback is council getting when we go out to market and it comes back and they say, no, what are we hearing?
That there are 4 other councils in South East Queensland region recruiting the same position.
And did they fill theirs?
Do
you know?
I'm not sure whether they have, but this was the process for the first 2. I am really confident that we're about to finalise that recruitment now. Third time lucky. So I'm very confident that we will have a result in the next week or so with regards to that position.
Because our role here is to think of the strategies that helps the operational fulfilling of those positions. And if it's the case that you're hearing feedback that would be important for councillors to consider because there's a problem that we need to be aware of so that we can think of the strategy to help problem solve that, I think all of us would be all ears on that point. And the second question that I had was, a while ago I talked about the investigation into equivalency for some of the immigrants who are in our community, immigrant engineers who might have held positions and qualifications in, say, Syria.
Yes.
And have not been able to have those engineering degrees recognised. Did we follow that up at all and see?
We have, so that's part of this talent and retention role, but it's also part of the role of our new temporary pool. So the new temporary pool is coming online, and this is a process where we have recruited the lead in this area, Shay, who is starting to work with the operational areas, and there will be a couple of intakes. So what we will do is we will recruit, and we will be looking at, just as an example, engineers, accountants returning to the workforce, but looking for part-time work, looking for school hour work, retirees looking for a couple of days a week, looking at immigrant skills base from across the organisation. We'll bring these candidates onto our staff, pay them, induct them, train them on our systems and process, and hopefully have a ready, available pool of staff ready to go out and help the operational areas.
Yeah, fantastic, because I think, I talked about the recognition of degrees in other places, but I've also previously talked about those people in our community who have worked in engineering for, say, 40 years.
Yes.
And they don't have the qualification, but they have the equivalency of experience that would be helpful for us. So I think we do have to have that lateral thinking when we're trying to, as Councillor Taylor says, everybody's got this problem. So how are we going to position ourselves for that competitive advantage?
Yeah, and we have identified 2 current staff members' qualifications overseas that weren't recognised, and these 2 staff members have taken opportunities themselves and within our organisation, which we are now working with hopefully a tremendous outcome that I can report in a few weeks' time too. So it's working. It's much slower than any of us anticipated when we restructured the PCE branch. I think we didn't envisage how difficult it would be to fill those lead positions, but I'm confident this is the final lead position to be filled for the new team, and there will be an update later on today in the confidential section.
Thank you, and it's interesting you asked that question about those qualifications being accepted. I did a bit of Ubering at one stage of my life, and there was one particular person I knew who was a structural engineering lecturer from in Syria, at a university in Syria. What value he could add. If he could speak English properly, he would have been and get his qualifications upgraded, which should be a lot cheaper for the government to do than anything else. Councillor Summerfield, you're next. You had a question?
Mayor, I just wanted to clarify that I think it was the point I was making was it's important to advertise the vacancies, and we're all well aware of how difficult it is to fill them, and it's not just council, it's all businesses. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I've got Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, through you. Thanks very much, General Manager Anne-Marie. You mentioned around, as of today, there's $140 million spent on Capital Works program. So that, therefore, over the last 23 days, and that's 23 days, as in not just, including weekends, that is, $19 million has been spent. So if we draw a straight line to the end of the month, it's another about $6 million that may be spent in there. So, and this happens historically, and this is one of our challenges as finance and business, is to get that smoothed out. So, albeit with the challenges we have in front of us, is a conversation being had at ELT in regard to that, so that, one of the main reasons why we bring forward our budget is to make sure that there is no delay in whether it's carryover works, and I think where Councillor Summerfield was getting to is that those carryovers, which aren't spent, they're the ones that need to be listed to know that they are still getting done, because there's multiple reasons for delays, but as long as what we committed to at the start of the financial year are still getting done, albeit they'll be carryovers, I think that's the important message, and when they may be delivered, and we don't know that until the end of the month. So is there a conversation being had at ELT so that we don't have to back end our capital program?
Yeah, very much so. And as an example, I know the ISG try to have 60% of their program delivered by November every year, December being the holiday period. So we're having those conversations on an ongoing basis to do everything we can to smooth it out across the year.
Terrific. Keep very conscious of the complexities around that, of course, but it certainly helps us when we get closer to the end of the year. The last one, and it does, Mayor, through you, if Anne-Marie's happy to comment on it, really refers to the group report, but we've spent some time on it in regard to vacancies. I also note that there's been some 39 new appointments through the month of May as well, with initiatives of increasing those numbers and attraction. So could you give us just an example of what that may be that's attributed to those 39 new appointments?
Those 39 are new appointments, but we've also seen quite a few appointments within the organisation, and I'm happy to send Council some more information on this. And that's where we've had temporary or casual employees being recruited to positions, so either on promotion or permanent roles within the organisation. And that doesn't impact that overall vacant figure. It means we've we've still got the same number of vacancies, but we are supporting and developing our own staff. So that is a good outcome, and I'm happy to provide more information on that one.
That's right. And just to follow up, if I could, and it may be useful for us to also understand, by way of perhaps a visual, be it a bar graph or whatever it may be, with the various groups and the staff numbers that are where we say they should be and where they currently are, so you can see which areas are the pressure points. That'll give us a better understanding as to perhaps workload and what's happening in those areas. So just a bar graph representation of numbers of staff and where they are at might be a useful visualisation for us rather than the overall, with 200 vacancies.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide that.
Thanks.
Councillor Carroll Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just going back to the engineers and who may have been engineers, it's a very difficult situation, and I'm sure that it's not for us. We can't use engineers unless they're supervised by RPEQs, unless they've upgraded to have their degrees recognised here. There's a professional engineer board, and perhaps Mr Brady should talk to you about all that. It's not. It may be that somebody's been an engineer for 40 years, but unless their degree is recognised here in Australia, we cannot have them work by themselves, and everything they do has to be actually supervised by an RPEQ. So it's not as simple as it sounds. They could be useful, I suggest, in other areas, but couldn't practice as engineers unless they're recognised here. Is that right, Mr Brady? Thank you. So we might think it might beg a common sense, but that's actually the way it is, and it's up to them. And Anne-Marie, when you say that we've had some, perhaps I hope to think that they've gone on to have their degrees recognised, gone through the process. Yes, thank you. But we need to understand that it's not like a lot of other positions. They need to be recognised, their degree needs to be recognised here, or we cannot use them unless they're very well supervised.
It's interesting that very often I get some interesting requests, and there were two doctors who came for me who were Middle Eastern, and I think they began a process at the base hospital, and I think they've been employed. And just what that process was, don't ask me, but they began a process, and so maybe there's an opportunity. I think my personal view is, and many of these people who come to this country, one of their greater barriers is just the language itself for quite a while, and but they could add so much if we could do something with them. Councillor Nancy Summerfield, you had a question?
Oh, Mayor, I just wanted to follow up with Councillor Jeff, what he was just saying before, with that great increase in spend we've had just in the last 21 days or whatever it is. When we get that table, can we ensure that we've actually got in there what's delivered on the ground?
Yes.
Not just what's committed financially, because they're two very different things. And we need to make sure that, 14 million spent in 21 days or whatever it was. I mean, you can't tell me that was delivered on the ground. So we do need to fully understand what's delivered on the ground and what's actually committed financially. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other questions in respect to this matter? If not, would someone like to move item 9, the monthly financial performance statement? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Shine. Those in favour? Would someone like to move that we adjourn for 5 minutes? So Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour?
10 minutes, 10 minutes?
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Will we need a second motion, do you think?
Oh, no.
No, righto. So we'll resume our meeting, and I'd ask, we'll move to item 10, the group reports, and we'll move to item 10.1, which is planning and development. General Manager Stewart.
Good morning, councillors. The report is there before you, and there's a number of items in there. I will just add an additional piece of information that's come through. There's a reference to one gong there from the Planning Institute for our bushfire risk analysis and policy stuff. But we've also been nominated, in fact awarded, a very high-level award by the Australian Institute of Landscape Architects for some of the work that we've been doing for the planning scheme. And that work is the scenic amenity work and the landscape and urban character work that's been done as part of the general studies for the planning scheme. And so, yeah, and the consultants themselves are the ones that are up for the actual awards in this case. The AILA awards are generally for themselves rather than for councils, but it's good to know that we're having work done for us that is of such a good standard. But what I'll do now is ask for any questions in relation to my report, if that's okay.
Are there any questions for the General Manager? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you to Stuart. Congratulations to you and your team, Stuart, on the awards. It's fantastic news. Good to know that we're held in such high esteem with the work we or our consultants are doing. That's great. On page 28, Stuart, at the top of the page, it talks about Council's Regional Economic Development Officer delivering agri-tourism presentations with the aim to highlight opportunities for rural landowners to diversify their income streams and increase resilience in rural communities. Can you just give a couple of examples or an example of what those opportunities may have been suggested to the landowners?
Yep. Yeah, the sorts of things that farmers can do, apart from what farmers normally do, is certainly nature-based tourism. If they have stands of native vegetation, or even if they don't have, often there are places of interest on some of those very large farms out to the north, south, and west of us. There's farm stay accommodation, which is another example of an increasing trend amongst some farmers across Australia. Farm shed sales is yet another area that farmers can look at, particularly where they're growing crops such as fruit, apples, what have you. There's not much of a call for farm shed sales for wheat and stuff like that. Not unless you've got a lot of chooks. But, and interestingly, when we had a quick look at our rural zone, the rural zone is reasonably flexible in some of those areas. You can certainly do the three that I've talked about just there under the current scheme in the rural zone.
I guess that's the question, is to make sure that we're giving suggestions that are able to be done under our current zoning and scheme and what have you. So that gives confidence around that. Would be handy if they're not already to have the likes of Southern Queensland Country Tourism involved in that to assist by way of helping those, because sometimes if they think it's a great idea but they need to get to that next level, they would be able to provide some assistance in doing that.
Absolutely.
And then also promoting it. So maybe take that on board if you could.
Absolutely.
Then Councillor McDonald, Councillor McMahon, then Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Stuart, I'm looking at the development services. 13 pre-lodgement requests in May, 8 of them turned into meetings. Wondering, first of all, we started charging for these. Has that affected the amount of these? I would say that's a pretty healthy number comparatively. Has that charge changed anything here?
Council decided not to charge
We voted.
for pre-lodgements.
That's right. Good on you.
Well, the officers certainly recommended it, but
remember voting against it.
Yeah.
I suppose my main
Yeah,
question
but
was...
they're good numbers.
Yeah. We passed, obviously, the TLPI today, but last month, council meeting brought a motion saying it was happening. Could you elaborate on, are these pre-lodgement meetings as a result of what the development industry knew was coming?
I really would have to take that on notice.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure what those pre-lodges were about. No, I won't even guess it. To be
Regardless,
honest,
good
I'd
numbers.
Probably
Thanks,
be
Stuart.
misleading you, so I will definitely take that on notice and get back to councils with an answer as to what those pre-lodges were all about. We probably can't give too many details on pre-lodgements because
I don't need details.
it's not public information until they actually lodge the application. But we can certainly give a bit of a feel for what sorts of uses are.
Regardless,
featuring.
good numbers and perhaps a sign of a groundswell happening in there. Thanks.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just back onto the agritourism business, there's a whole lot of issues around people tramping through sunflowers and whatever, and there's an enterprising group at Cambodia that has actually made when the sunflowers are out and at their optimum, has made an agritourism role to that. They can book online, go at a particular time, take so many sunflowers, have their photos taken. I think it's been a win-win in many occasions because the community's really embraced it. They've been booked out most days and then they go home with, I don't know how many, I think it's 3 flowers for each member of the family or something. So there are some opportunities, and that seems, now that someone's doing it, it seems to be a very ordinary type of an idea, but it's been amazing because without that controlled visit to and that particular little plot that they can go on, they were risking the biodiversity and biosecurity and tramping the crops. So there's plenty of things that people can do. They just perhaps need to see the possibilities. And so I congratulate you there. I think it's really good. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions? Stuart, as I walked in this morning early, Jade Bebbington and I had a discussion about the assessment, our people that assess buildings and so forth.
Yep.
And the potential there is for us to spread that. And the meeting at Gundawindi in July, where many of the smaller councils who don't have the capacity are going to be talking to us. Would you like to just comment on that?
Yeah, in a general sense, in a more general sense, what we're finding is that a lot of the councils around us are smaller in scale and are finding it very difficult to get building professionals, same old, but finding it difficult to get building certifiers. We're finding that increasingly we're doing work for other surrounding councils. We have some formal arrangements with Western Downs and Southern Downs, but there are other councils that are looking at forming a similar relationship with us. And so it's our certifiers are a private, they are consultants, they're competing with the private sector out there. And we need to be careful as to what we do. But it is interesting that there is that increasing interest. And also from a couple of the Western councils was what Jade was probably talking to you about. And we thought it'd be probably a great opportunity for Matt, our chief certifier, to maybe go and when you have your next meeting, maybe just talk to the mayors about the service that we do provide.
Well, that's good. Any other questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Planning and Development Report. Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carol Taylor, those in favour? That's carried. I'll have to check that, Carol. I'll let you know. I think it's about the 15th or so. Not sure. It might even be later. We move then to water and waste. Damien?
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Take the report as read and any questions?
Any questions on the report? Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff?
Thank you, Mayor Paul Antonio. That's twice today, first and last name.
Well, I've been trying to get it right. There's been a bit of criticism around the room, and so I'll try and do the best I can.
Well, thank you. Thanks, Damien. Page 2 of the report. I've got 2 questions, if I might, Chair. The first is about the commentary about the Clifton RO plant, and the last line there, the contractor is returning to site to inspect and rectify the issues on the 7th of June. My understanding is we were having to cart again. What's the update from there? Do you know, GM?
Yes, I do. Carting has ceased and the plant is fully operational.
Excellent. That's so good to hear. Fantastic.
It's a very complicated piece of kit. It's the most advanced water treatment plant that Toowoomba has, even though it's for a very small community. There are teething issues as we learn the kit and the kit learns us.
That's good. Hopefully they'll just continue, excuse me, to be ironed out as we know more and more of the complexities. And then my second question through you, Chair, is also on page 2 of 6, up under the headline wastewater operations. Environmental incidents, nil. Is an example of an environmental incident something that's reported to the EPA?
It can be either reported to the EPA or that we have other overflows. I've actually got Matt Tor here with me at the moment. We were just discussing before, Mr Chair. I apologise. I've had 3 different assistants over the preparation of this report, and the wastewater overflows, sewage overflows, is not in this report that occurred in May.
Okay, so will that need to be updated then to be accurate?
I'm happy to provide an addendum after this meeting, circulate it to councillors, and maybe it'll be an addendum in next month's group report as a correction to this month's group report, Mr Mayor, if that's okay with you.
Thank you.
Comfortable with that? Any other questions for the GM? Councillor Shine, then Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, thanks, General Manager. Just not in relation to your report, but in relation to a matter we just spoke about briefly before, could you just let the people listening know what the current water restrictions are in relation to their ability to hose their gardens, bearing in mind the recent rainfall and the fact that we're in winter as well?
Councillor Shine, they are different for different areas at the moment. Toowoomba is on what we call low-level water restrictions. I don't have the time slots sitting in front of me right now to be able to, with accuracy, recite for our listening audience. If I may, I'll take that as a question on notice, circulate to the councillors, and I think we suggested, or you suggested, whether or not Comms Unit would put something out. We are actually, Matt and myself are actually considering, once the southern towns settle down, in particular Clifton, what we recommend as a management group and want to do with the southern districts, which are still on, some of them, higher level water restrictions than low.
Thanks, Mayor. So, Damien, thanks for your report. On page 3, the Clifton Sewage Treatment Plant, understanding that it's cost ratepayers a lot of money to cart the wastewater away from Clifton since, I think, November 2019. It's good to see that this project is starting to gain traction, particularly getting those lagoons lined. I'm just wondering how long before that'll actually be fully operational so that everything gets back to normal at Clifton and we stop all this carting of water and wastewater?
Good question, Councillor. We're scheduled to have achieved more than it has by 30 June. The rainfall events have delayed some things and we're having some inundation, more flow into that plant than we had anticipated, and that is delaying us being able to reline those lagoons as the aquifers, the shallow aquifers in particular, have showing signs of recharge which is a good thing for the farming community, which is a bad thing if you want to dig a hole and try and line it. The plan was to have that done by December, but I'll circulate to councillors when we're expecting to have that done. The contractors are on site at the moment.
Thank you. And can you confirm, once the liners are in, is that when you're going to stop carting? Because the wastewater is the most expensive, I believe, because of the size of the trucks, blah-de-blah.
That's not necessarily the end of carting, no. We need to have a method to get rid of effluent at the correct grade of wastewater back to a site where we're putting in some irrigation pivots, Mr Mayor, and so the lagoons are just the process. So as a piece of effluent goes through the lagoons, progressively there's anaerobic and aerobic digestion, and different lagoons do different jobs prior to you being able to return that water back to the environment in a controlled manner. So just having the lagoons relined is unfortunately not the end of it. I need a complete system to deal with the wastewater returning back to the environment.
Thank you. And just one last question. Can you advise why it's what's caused this delay to deliver this project since, I think I said November 2019?
Regulatory approvals of the design and site and how we're going to do, as I'll just step back a moment. If you have a wastewater treatment plant right now that has a licence to discharge to the environment, when you go and alter a process or ask for a higher equivalent person's load into there, often the regulators consider whether or not you should have a zero discharge licence. So you actually have to work with the regulators on a design of how you're going to deal with the influent coming into the wastewater treatment plant and what you're returning to the environment, or how you're going to modify that and meet their requirements. Multiple different agencies, multiple different departments in the state, so it does take time to get approval of your design that they are happy for that to meet their requirements.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you to Damien. Damien, obviously there's strong announcement from the state government in regard to a southern pipeline Toowoomba to Warwick, and one of the satellite townships that's been mentioned by the state government has been Clifton in regard to water, and far be it from any of us here to make a decision on what that looks like or understand what that looks like yet. But given we've now got water in Clifton, is there, in your professional opinion, is there a need in, and maybe there will be down the track when millions of people flock to Clifton, but what sort of urgency or need is there for additional water into Clifton at this stage?
The short to medium term, and when I talk short to medium term, I'm talking tens of years, as long as the aquifers hold up in Clifton and the technology proves reliable, Clifton is fixed. The water people are very risk-averse people, so if we can have an alternative source of water into Clifton, which is not groundwater dependent, that would be preferable. The reverse osmosis treatment plant, which is there, we wouldn't necessarily use that plant to treat water coming out of a Toowoomba to Warwick state government raw water pipeline. We would probably put in a different type of water treatment plant, a microfiltration with some disinfection. But those things are being unpacked progressively. Right now we have a technical working group of half of my team working with the department on configuration of some of these things as we explore those conversations. That would be, those issues will be teased apart. But you certainly wouldn't run a raw water pipeline past Clifton and not put a T intersection in there, at least, with a valve sitting off it. If not, configure the entire thing for a new water treatment plant. Having two water treatment plants sitting next to each other, they don't necessarily like that. They always like to be used. They're like a car. doesn't like to sit there and let the battery go flat. The RO needs its filters used. If you don't use them, they go off. Councillor Jeff, it's a conversation we're exploring currently.
Thank you. Any further questions? In my summation of what's come out of the Minister and the discussions with the Minister, I think there's some major gaps that we'll have to talk about this afternoon in terms of, they're very clear they want to upgrade the pump, be part of that, they'll pay for that, get the line to Crestbrook going well. But I haven't heard too much mention of Crestbrook to Mount Lofty, which would be critical, I'd imagine, if we're going to provide more water elsewhere. I haven't heard that. Those four, and of course the 4 places that they're prepared to put water treatment plants, they can reduce that to 3, I would imagine, as well as exactly what you said, have a T. But I think there's an awful lot of discussion that we have to have.
Absolutely, Mr Mayor. It's one thing to get the water up from Wivenhoe, and that's a welcomed part of it, but you still have to get it through C1, which is the pump station at Crestbrook, C2, which is the booster station near the Speedboat Club, and up through a trunk main. And that trunk main, Mr Mayor, is not big enough to do everything that's envisaged. Now, these are teased out by my engineers and my team. I've really, Matt should be over there at the moment. With some staffing changes, that brings some additional challenges, but
Okay.
yes, Mr Mayor, it's an exploratory conversation.
Well, I think it's fair to say there's a big conversation yet to be had.
Yes,
and
Mr.
there's a fair bit of detail. Okay. I think we've got to go as hard as we can, as the Mayor of Southern Downs is suggesting, to get the best we possibly can at no extra cost to our community. That's where we've got to be.
And there's a resolution on the book, I think, from February, words to that effect, Mr Mayor.
Yep. Thank you. Any further questions for the GM? Someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Von Hoffman.
I'm happy to move it, noting though that the page 2 details need to be updated.
Yeah, okay.
We'll circulate an addendum and probably just for councillors now, Mr Mayor, and probably attach something as a June numbers in the July report, if that's okay with council.
Thank you very much. So moved by Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff, seconded by Councillor Nancy Summerfield. Those in favour? That's carried. We move now to the Infrastructure Services report, and thank you, Councillor Carol Taylor, for informing me that today is the International Day of Women in Engineering. So something we can be very proud of, that we've got a significant number of women working in engineering and providing us with a great service. Over to you, Mr GM.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. The May report for the Infrastructure Services Group is before you there. A very busy month, like they all are, but obviously highlighted through 4th flood event in 6 months, and quite a number of significant events through that month as well. Happy to take any questions through you, Mr Mayor.
Are there any questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald and Councillor McMahon.
Just a question, Mike, if I could, just to educate me. When we have the flooding events, and of which there's been 4 or thereabouts in the last 12 months, roads that people travel on all the time that we would also, do we inspect those to see if they are flood damaged and could be added to our list of roads that could receive funding? Is that how that works?
Yeah, it's the 4th and 6th month, and yes, we do. And there's a lot that happens behind that, but we keep, in essence, a lot of the same roads are affected for the 4th time, and then in some cases for the first time, but they all get picked up.
So if there's, sorry, through you, Mayor, if there's roads now that maybe people are finding in their vicinity that they believe have been flood affected, can they do anything about that, to contact council to look at them, or is there a process in place to do that?
Yes, we've got, we've already reacted to close to 2,000 emergent sites across the region. That's just giving you an idea of the scale of the task in front of us. Through that, we've also got our own road inspectors, We've got a consultancy on board as part of the team that will assist us over coming months to do further road inspections. The steps are initially just to get the road open, and I take you to a great example of that's page 6 of 11 of that report of Newcastle Road and Duramba. And that's basically what we're doing when I say we go and do emergent works. So if you look at those photographs, those 3 photographs, they tell the story. So the section of road gets damaged through the flood event. We've got to wait, obviously, until after the flood event, and as soon as we reasonably can and safely can do emergent works, we do. We then come back over the coming months and we'll do a detailed assessment of that section of work. That'll then look at items such as, is it restoring it for like, or are we looking at, in this case, say, some betterment? We might say we want to put a concrete causeway through that section. We'll look at those options. We'll also work with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. As part of that whole process, significant submissions go into that, and engineering designs need to be developed. The submissions will take us at least the next 6 months to formulate and have submitted through the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. From that period, we hope then, within this next 2 years, that we get to all these sites and reconstruct them to at least their previous, if not better, condition. So there's a significant and huge workload in front of us there next couple of years.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, mate.
Any further questions? Councillor Tim McMahon.
Chair, Mike, obviously congratulations on a huge month, a lot of roadworks and flood work coming through. My question was the funding deed for the next round of 5 bus stops is mentioned in your report, second paragraph, page 2. It's been finalised and executed with the Department of Transport. Do we have any, we don't know if we've got that, or is it just executed with them and they make the decision? Or is it, could you just tell me the procedure there?
Yeah, no, we do have them. The funding deed is actually once they've announced the funding, and that comes with its own conditions and rules around that, and that's what the funding deed's about. And it's just signing off of the acceptance of the funding.
Okay, so we should see them coming to us sometime in the future?
To the region, the work's just in progress. This is just ongoing, these disability access programs, and so this is just one of those annual things. If you're after, say, where these 5 are, I can take that on note and just shoot an email around.
Oh, that'd be great. Run it through the RADAC committee as well and just show them what's happening. I'd really appreciate that. Other question, follow up. I've seen the first few, and it's not in the report that I can see, still some of them wrapped in cling wrap, flash new parking meters in the CBD. Just wondering if you had an update how that whole situation's progressing?
Overall, the rollout of the new meters is going well, and the actual new meters will be completed, the rollout for them by around the middle of next week. There's the replacement of the existing meters to still occur. That's probably about another fortnight. In respect to, there's been a couple of, where we've done a lot of consultation with adjoining landowners, and in the main, the general feedback has been very good, and for the vast majority, we're putting in 170 of these across the CBD, the greater CBD area, and there is a few. Whereas when the actual meter goes in the ground, even after the consultation, we find that those adjoining businesses have a different view. And so where we can, and so far we've been able to do it in all cases, there's only been a couple, we just relocate them. So it's a fairly, obviously we hope from the initial consultation we've done that everyone's on board. But like many of the works that we do, it's not until the day we actually do it in front of somebody's place that they actually take full notice of what we're doing. But no, we are working very closely with the adjoining landowners.
Yeah, good. Just one final follow-up. Obviously, if there's a new parking meter that's not working, or an old one that's being taken out and is not working yet, we're not giving people tickets when the meter doesn't work at this point, are we?
No. As council would be aware through the various information sessions, that the commencement of the actual trial will be during July at some point. It probably won't be the 1st July, but it'll probably be around the middle of July, and there'll be plenty of what would I call it, media and other information going into the public realm.
Yep, you guys put them in, I get the ticket inquiries on the other end, so we'll keep working together. Good on you.
I appreciate you taking that role on. Thank you, Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Nancy Sommerfield.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mike. Bit of humour there. But in relation to those meters, we're aware of at least 3 in front of businesses that are being relocated. I'm just wondering, are we actually knocking on their door and saying, look, we're going to put one out the front here, and do you see there being impact? Are we actually doing anything like that, particularly now that we're aware that at least 3 have to be relocated?
Yeah, but right through the process, the last couple of months, that's been part of it. It's not just giving leaflets out. There has been quite a lot of personal contact into those businesses. The 3 that you mentioned and the one that's just current today, the staff are meeting with those people, that business today at lunchtime, and it'll be probably relocated overnight tonight. So and we did that with the previous 2 businesses. So typically it's just not, in some cases it's only a matter of moving them a few metres left or right, or whatever the case may be to do that. Obviously through the liaison that we've done previously, we're hoping people are on board, but what we have found is, a few percent at the end of the day of people coming back and sort of changing their minds of what they may have previously thought about where we were going to put meters.
Thank you. It'd be great if we can get that all sorted. So, Mike, I just wanted to talk about, we're all aware of the flooding issues and what it's doing to roads and whatever, but we're also getting emails in relation to what that flooding's doing in relation to properties beside the roads where the topsoil off the road, topsoil's not the right word, but the soil off the top of the road is washing down into people's properties. And I just wonder what actually triggers an environmental assessment in relation to all of this?
Look, I suppose erosion of our region is, it's a natural process that, a lot of the erosion that occurs through flood events is, off properties, onto the roads, across the roads, and then onto other property. We're just one of that parcel of pieces of land between where the water wants to run. In some cases, it's the whole, we get half a paddock of soil onto the road and we've got to clean that up and get it off. In other cases, it blocks our culverts. In other cases, it just runs through and runs across into properties on the downstream side of where our road is. We don't, in regards to flood restoration program, we are conscious of those environmental elements that go into the road reconstruction. When we're doing this emergent work, as you can see, I think those photographs speak for themselves, the amount of erosion damage that the flood's done, and then we're quickly going in there to open up emergent, transport link. So at that point, the work that we do is not going through any formal environmental assessment at that point, but the team does take, whatever care and due diligence they can in respect to respecting those environmental values around each piece of work they do. As we go further through, there's an opportunity to do environmental assessments at each location.
Thank you. So, follow up, if I could, Mr Mayor. I know the farmers that lose their topsoil would love to be able to go in and get that back, and we have many discussions about, you know, whether we can allow that at some stage or another. I'd love to see it happen. But at what, so after you get your clean-up done, as you've just said, what can someone do to ensure that there is an environmental assessment done on their, how can they get an environmental assessment done on their property? What process do they follow?
Look, we don't get involved with individual landowners in regards to any of these works that we're doing, unless there's something specifically in respect to an issue there that we see will have, you know, a change in impact to what we've done previously. So we are not engaging in that, nor do we have the capacity to be able to engage in that level of detailed discussions with each and every property owner as we go through with this. We are replacing the road network as it was in the majority of cases, and where we're looking at betterment improvement, we then do have, we may in those cases have more direct contact with adjacent property owners. But in the norm, we're going through relatively quickly as we can over the next couple of years to get the road network back to the pre-flood conditions.
Thank you. So can they actually request one or not?
Look, we can take each request on its merits. That's all I probably suggest today, if somebody's got a particular concern about something.
Thank you.
Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just want to raise an issue that was brought to the attention of Councillor McDonald and myself. We were invited out to look at some roads out at Cecil Plains about the week before last, partly as a result of the recent rains and the damage caused by the flooding. But also we were shown two sets of roads. So one was a construction that was done probably about 20 years ago by the Millmerran Shire, which is still in perfect condition, and the other sets of roads, which are just not standing up, according to the farmer, to heavy traffic going over them, tar lifting as it goes over and so on. And he was of the view that the material that's now used in the construction of these roads must be different. It's less solid or less, it used to be larger pieces of gravel, rock, but now it seems to be more fine. Obviously, I'm not an engineer or a road constructor, and neither is the farmer. But I'd just wondering if you have any knowledge or wish to make any comment about any changed standards, perhaps that have been adopted or you're instructed to adopt as a matter of common practice these days, as opposed to what may have applied a couple of decades ago.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Shine. I suppose in the example you're using, there's a lot of variables and a lot of complexities to why one section of road will perform quite differently to another. And the first of all, probably one of the biggest variables is the subgrade that section of road's built on. And when you look at Cecil Plains, the greater Cecil Plains area, it has significantly different subgrades in and around it. You know, to the east, you've got the black soils of the Condamine. As you go to the west, you've got some ridge country and different other soil types in there. And those soil types themselves, those subgrades themselves, have different strength to them. And that's probably when we look at when we're designing pavements and when we're doing those sorts of works, that's probably the biggest element that controls the design and strength of the pavement you build. On top of that, then comes all the traffic factors, all the volume of heavy vehicles and standard axles and all the complexities that go with that. I mean, this, if I am happy to take it as a separate thing post-meeting if you wanted a little bit more detail on those three three particular roads. But the standards have probably, have increased probably over the last 20 years, and compared to that, and that particularly is not so much to do with the subgrades and the pavement, the principles of pavement design, but more to do with the respect of the type of traffic that we're now putting on the road networks. So as we build new roads through Australia, nationally we've allowed increasing masses on the axle loads on roads that have been designed not necessarily for those loads, and that's been a lot of federal government initiatives from an economic point of view, and that has put a lot of pressure on the various elements of the assets, not just the road pavements themselves, but a lot of culvert and bridge structures have suffered considerable damage due to the increasing loads. So there's lots of things that go behind that, and more than happy to, at some point, give further information on that, or if you wish to share those roads, I come back and give you some maybe more in-depth insight on those particular sections.
No, I'd be happy to do that, and Mr Mayor may well have knowledge of these particular roads. You would have knowledge of these roads if I identified them to you. So if you're open to looking further into that issue, I'm sure the locals there would be pleased about that.
Just on that, we have had a couple of meetings out there. I've had one with the Mayor and previous member, a federal member. This is going back a few years ago now. With one family out there, and they were doing this comparison of what we were doing on Bowmanville Northern Road and Bowmanville Moola Road and John Darien St Ruth Road and all these roads, and we did take the time and explain to them in a fair bit of detail why they're different and why TMR has done the work they've done in a different manner to what we're doing on a couple of sections of our road. So subsequent to that, I've had Exec Manager Eric Clark, our construction maintenance, probably even more recently, talk to various families out there or inquiries, again on not dissimilar matters. So we're happy to explain it to people. Sometimes they're not quite accepting of it.
I've no idea whether they're the same families or the same people, but you're still open to further conversations, obviously. So
yeah, always. We try to find the time to deal with it, but we do find that many have been fairly repetitious.
If I can just add a little bit to that before I hand over to Councillor Hoff. I'm copping more than I've ever copped in our area, people in the broader Mulmerran area. And the old days, it was about ridge gravel. I don't think there was a whole lot of engineering. There were just, pretty practical people who prepared the road, dropped the ridge gravel on it, used a grid roller to get it to the right, to break up the big lumps. And those roads lasted. But there's people out there who are suggesting their road has not been graded for 3 years. They are fixing it themselves. Local owned graders are being used. I know in the Western Downs they certainly are. Councillor McVeigh was telling me at the conference about some relatives of his who own graders. Well, that sort of thing is happening in our area, and it's out of absolute frustration. And can I say that the Mulmerran Council, and please don't misunderstand what I'm saying, we had 3 operational graders and 2 graders in reserve that did quite a bit of contract work in the area. That was the model we used, and there's 1 grader out there now to service. And Mulmerran at amalgamation came with roughly a third of the land area, about 4,500 square k's. So there are some, just gravel bush roads that are in terrible condition. And I often think it's about funding and so forth. Councillor Carroll, you want to say something?
Yes, Mr Mayor. The community expectation and the complaints that I'm receiving, actually, to be quite honest with you, I don't. It's really very difficult. And but in our area, which was much smaller, we had 4 graders. So, but I mean, I guess that's probably not the measurement of it, I guess, as Mr Brady's saying, we've actually, the roads in those days, the pavement, which is what's under the road, it's not the top of the road, that was built in probably, I guess, a more expensive way and a more timely, more time-consuming way. And I'm not saying one's right or the other, but some of those older roads everywhere are still in good condition. But then we have to remember that we've had all these rain events, and some of our farming communities have got very large enterprises with very heavy vehicles that travel on those roads that didn't travel on them before. So, I mean, I think this comes back to my conversations always about expectations of communities and what they need to know about what they need to pay to have those things the way they want them. And I think we all need to look at that, particularly in the world we're living in today. So the complaints and the expectation of the community at the moment is sky high. And you can tell them about the 4 events and the disaster, and some people don't have a road. And yes, I know all that, but what about my query? So sadly, I think we've lost the community feel, and we're all wanting to complain about everything. But yes, I too am getting probably 20 phone calls a day.
Yeah, well, I'd suggest to you that a lot of the work on some of the roads I speak of that I'm familiar with, they're now just family roads. They're not operational roads with semi-trailers, that sort of things on them, and they haven't been looked after. I think it reflects on, to me, the difficulty we're having funding roads. And if there is a spot in this business that we run that's in need of critical funding, it's roads. It is a mile behind. Now I've got Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff next, and then Councillor Nancy.
Thank you very much. I agree with that entirely. My question, actually, I want to go back to the parking meters, because the relocation of them has obviously added costs, not least amongst them that we relocate them. Council relocates them at night, so there's night penalty rates that have to be paid, as well as all of the actual doing of the removal of the parking meters. And I want to focus on the process. Mike, so you said that the process is that council does liaise with the businesses and that then they've changed their minds.
I said in some cases they've changed their thoughts. We have liaised quite heavily over the last 6 months with the community through different ways and the individual shops or businesses. We're out of all the new ones. As I said, we've got 170 metres going in at the moment. I don't know quite the breakdown between new and replacement of old, but you know, we're talking about 3 at the moment. And to me, that's in 3 and 170, if that all it becomes. And we're looking at the rollout of the new ones by the end of next week, or middle of next week, weather permitting. I don't see that as a major issue in respect to the rollout of a project. It's in the implementation phase. We allow for a few tweaks as we go through that implementation, the best laid plans of mice and men, and you've just got to deal with a few things as they come up. So as soon as these matters are raised with us, we are acting on them immediately, and I think that's the proper process. In rolling out this is a very complex project, both internally and also working with our city and trying to work it out. It's got to be done at night because of the impact on business in itself to mitigate that. So there's a little bit of give and take there, and at the end of the day, I think the team's doing a fantastic job out there in doing what they're doing.
So, secondary then through you, Mayor, if they're going to be put in place by the end of next week, if there was the opportunity to make sure before they're put in front of those businesses that the businesses are supportive of where they are being located, I'd just encourage that process to avoid having to do the relocation. It may be 3 cases, it may be 4 cases, but if we could have less than that, that's obviously beneficial.
Oh, most definitely. It'd be lovely to have 0. I can assure you, you know, email came through this morning. That's been acted on immediately, as I mentioned, in respect to that one. I've reiterated that personal touch to the rollout to be by the team. They are assuring me that they are doing that and are having conversations, so not just you know, emails or letter drops or whatever. So, you know, the team, I think, is doing the best they can to mitigate this. Obviously, not uncommon, but as soon as an issue arises, you know, an email through to councillors or something.
Yeah, we know about it straight away. Yeah.
You know, and the team's aware of that. They know they're very much in the public eye when we're doing stuff in the CBD, and so we are very much considering those aspects.
Yeah,
That
thank
said, a few little things will still, you know, have to be tweaked as we move forward, and I'm not guaranteeing that there won't be another one next week, but let's hope that we're getting close to not too many more.
Yeah, thank you. When you first spoke, I thought you said that the problems had arisen because the businesses had changed their minds.
There's one of them I'm aware of. That's where I'm not. I don't want to sort of point that too much.
Councillor Summerfield, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd just like to reaffirm what you were just saying before about the roads. And thank you to Councillor Kerry for raising it. And I actually, not taking away from you, Mayor, but I think it might have been the Pittsworth Shire Council that delivered that particular
No, I
road.
think we'll leave it the way it was, Councillor Summerfield, please. He was the Deputy Mayor of Pittsworth, the gentleman that took them around,
right.
so...
Yes. But look, I do think we do need to have a discussion about the roads. We're getting a lot of complaints, and this was happening before all of our big rain events. It's to do with how the roads are being maintained and whatever, and we can pretend that it's not our issue because it belongs with the engineers or whoever else does the designing of how we maintain our roads. But at the end of the day, they're our ratepayers, and we have to try and help them as much as we can. And so I'd like to see us discuss that. But importantly for me is the fact that we're having carryovers. We're not delivering all of the road funding maintenance for this financial year anyway, that there's going to be carryovers, but we've done private works. And so I'd like to think that we could have a discussion as a board around when private works are done, i.e., are they done after we've completed our full allocation of funding for road maintenance in our region before we start doing private sector? The private sector, TMR, that can be done by anyone. It can still be delivered. We don't have to deliver it. It can be done by FK Gardner, Barry O'Sullivan, any of those. They all do it. So the TMR is not reliant on us to do these works. The works will still be carried out. And I believe that we should have priority of spending our funding on our road maintenance first before we do any private works. And so that's a conversation that I think we need to have in a workshop at some stage very soon to ensure that that's what happens in this coming financial year. Because it's crazy for us to be doing private works and yet not doing all of our own road maintenance that's been funded.
Yeah, can I just make through you, Mr Mayor? Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. Just probably a couple of points I'd like to make comment on. Number one, the maintenance budget is fully expended and is actually over-expended in the road space. Okay, so from maintenance, our capital program in construction and maintenance will get close to 90% in a year where we've had 4 major flood events. So I think, you know, taking all into account, we've had up to 6 months delays through wet weather on some of those projects. I think the team has done very well. In respect to the relationship with Transport and Main Road, that's one that councils in Queensland have had, and there's an agreement between local government in Queensland and Main Roads, and one of those is that we support them in our regions as much as they can support us. And I think that, you know, in looking at that, we don't, at this point in time, see TMR works taking away from the level of work that we do in regards to our own program. I think when you look at what the reasons why our network is suffering, this year obviously flood events, but then it comes down to investment. The level of investment that council's prepared, the level of service, it comes down to that asset management element. You know, what level of service are you willing to invest into as a community, as a council? And at the moment, and I'll give you an example, the price of bitumen since December has gone up 57% in the last 6 months. That's just the price of bitumen. So every pothole we fix, every kilometre of reseal we do, and the price, the bitumen price when we do a kilometre reseal, okay, we're over 90% of the cost of doing a reseal is in the materials between the stone and the bitumen. So by the time we put that down on the ground and you get a price rise and part of that of 57% in 6 months, you know, that impact, our affordability, our ability as a council. And this takes me to the federal assistance grants and that element. And when you actually look at some of those elements, that's where we're struggling. That's where the stress is. And that's where really council's focus should be. How do we get further investment into our network and where can that revenue come from? And really it comes down to support from the federal and state governments at the end of the day.
Yep. Can I just simply say that I think there's a growing need when I talk to the mayors, particularly Darling Downs and South West, for some sort of a funding stream directed at those much lesser roads that are still important. Probably gravel roads that are bringing the road trains with cattle out of the back blocks, and I know, you know, in many areas all this sort of thing happens, and those roads are very often maintained by the locals to a large degree. But I think there's opportunity for a conversation.
So, Mayor, if I could just follow up with a response quickly. So for that 10% of people that didn't get their works done, that's concerning for them. So based on all the discussion that we've had, and thank you, Mike, for your information, and it's certainly different to what we were discussing in a briefing not that long ago. So that's good that we've caught up so much. But I'd love to see us workshop how we look at roads into the future. And certainly if we need to do increased funding, I'm very supportive of that. I think we've had a huge focus on water particularly, and that's going to continue obviously. But I would much rather see us invest more money in roads than doing up a park, because to me that's so much more important, the safety involved in roads. And I think that if we could workshop how we think our roads should look moving forward as a council, I think that would be beneficial to everyone. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think our parks are very important for the amenity of people. I will say there's a few things I'd like to say here. Every year we come to this council with asking for increased budget for maintenance of our roads, and every year we go away and the money gets spent on nice-to-haves. So I don't think that our staff are the ones that should be looking at this. We've lost $8 million in FAGS grants, which is predicated, most of it, on the length of road that you have. We've lost $7 million from FAGS and $1 million from TIDS, which is on local roads of regional significance. And then when you look, talking about TMR roads, as Mr. Brady mentioned, I just want the community to understand the truth on this matter, lest they get the wrong impression. All of our community, wherever they live, uses a lower order or a higher order TMR road, and so it needs to be maintained. And councils all over Queensland have been doing that for a long time. We talk about what's happened here with TIDS, losing that money and losing the FAGS grants, but we don't seem to transition that in our head to how that plays out on the ground. And we don't seem to transition in our head how it plays out with the lack of staff that we have and the lack of qualified engineers that we can get. We've, in this region, and I've been a mayor of one of the councils, there's only the mayor and I here and Councillor Carl, but the mayor and I who were mayors, our road network in the old Cambodia Shire was the best in this whole area, the best, and we put that in there to the detriment of libraries, and parks and other things, that's what our community wanted. Now, we've put all those councils together, and you can't blame the staff. It's happened because we've had to find efficiencies. We've found efficiencies, and now our road network, we've got increased roads because we're developing, we've got increased population, we've got increased business operations on those roads. Some of our agricultural people terribly successful, and some of those operations are bigger than a transport depot. So we've got all of those things happening on our road, yet our budget doesn't reflect that. We sit here and we vote on the nice to haves, but we need to think. We pay lip service to our road network, but we don't back it up with the funds. And for me, I think our people have done the most amazing job with the weather conditions. It's not just this year, but I think that our teams have done the most amazing jobs. And we talk about maintenance is fully expended. Almost every year our maintenance is fully expended. Our teams care about our road network, and they care about the communities in which they are embedded. So at the end of the day, this is a discussion about capacity with money. It's about funds, investment and expenditure on that road network, because it hasn't happened since amalgamation. The other thing that I'd like to say is that the depreciation that comes off those roads in our Toowoomba Regional Council area does not get spent on those roads. There's a very small percentage of it. It's just a little bit over half that gets expended on those roads. It goes to something else that we'd like to have. So before we start commenting, perhaps we should understand the whole picture. And I think that that's what I want to say. And I'm not saying it to my council colleagues. I'm saying it to someone who's listening who may get the wrong idea. Our teams are doing the best they can with the funds that they have and the weather conditions that they've had. If the community wants more, then you need to advocate with the 11 councillors that are sitting around this table. Thank you.
We might, in the absence of any further questions, we might just keep moving. Of course, we do have potentially a 2 o'clock meeting, which I believe, Damien, is a little flexible. Yeah, but we're going to, I think we ought to have a fairly short lunch to make sure that we do in fact get there. But I might just, Infrastructure Services report. Would someone like to move its receipt, please? Councillor Carroll has moved. Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded. Those in favour?
Thank you, councillors.
Thanks very much. Kevin, we might bring you on, please.
Morning, Mayor, councillors. The Environment and Community Services report is tabled for your information. I will try and answer any of your questions, but I did bring a support person as well today. So.
Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff. You heard what Kevin said?
Well, you're already aware of this one, Kevin, so hopefully it's okay. Page 1 of the report, the first 5 forever. And I've raised with you that currently the process is that people are still having to register for First 5 Forever under the guise of COVID restrictions, because we're still trying to keep 1.5 metres between people. And I just think that's crazy, because several of my colleagues were in a room for the last 3 days with 1,000 people. Where else are we doing this? We're not doing it anywhere else. This First 5 Forever program is absolutely essential for children's literacy. I'm bringing it to the attention of everybody so that it can be reviewed with urgency. And if there was ever any need to show the support in the community for this, 3 points down in the report, it talks about how the First 5 Forever outreach team in Millmerran had over 60 children enjoying reading, singing, talking and playing with the team. So the community wants it, the community needs it. We need to look at this urgently, because it is June 2022 and it does not hold for me that we're still saying that these little kids can't come to this program because of COVID restrictions. What absolute nonsense.
Through the Mayor, yes, I did respond to Councillor Von Hoff about the issue. It was the restrictions and the booking system was predicated on the COVID restrictions and obviously the social distancing. But as I said to you the other day, we are reviewing that the numbers, the caps, the need for people to register or not register. I know there are some issues around managing the whole program, but we are, and as I said to you the other day, I have asked for that information and we are reviewing that. And I suspect we will have an answer either late this week or early next week on it.
Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, Chair, thanks. Look, I actually had that same paragraph highlighted, more to sing its praises, of 60 kids in Millmerran for First Five Forever. I think that's a tremendous achievement. Well done to our staff. And COVID restrictions or not, they're still showing up. So I don't think it's right to say we're not allowing kids to come. But no, I agree with your point. I think that shows what a great success this program is. So as a comment, my question was on the next page. I'd just like to hear, and you may have to take this on notice, some about program Grasstree, working with our disaster management, environmental fuel hazard burning team, and what that course is doing, where they can do the assessment by visual. I just wonder if you could elaborate on what's there. I'd be very keen to hear some more about it.
Yeah, I can actually. We're working very closely with QFES. They're the ones that provide the training. It's not just the team in parks. I've had a number of my compliance officers actually involved in that as well, because as you know, we deal with overgrown allotments and actually understanding the fuel loads and how that's measured and how you understand it and how you project it and the information we can provide back to QFES around that. It just gives a better picture across our whole district. So we believed, and so did QFES, that it was really useful to start training our guys in that assessment and what it means when they're out in the community and that sharing of information.
Okay, Councillor Summerfield, then Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kevin. And holy smokes, aren't we in for a fire season with all this fuel load that's around? I reckon come next month, July, we should be well and truly hitting the straps with trying to maintain that. So it's great that we're having a discussion about that. But I did just wonder, Kevin, about the Red Hot Summer function that was held in Queen's Park, and I was amazed how many people turned up, and I could hear the music from my place, and it was jolly well fantastic. But it rained the whole time, poor buggers, but they still got a lot of people there. But my question was, and I did email through quite a few weeks ago to find out, did Red Hot Summer Tour actually cover the cost of rehabilitation of Queen's Park? I'm happy to have that on notice and you let me know if you don't know.
I can have a go. Councillor Summerfield, they pay a bond, and being a commercial operation, it's a sizeable bond, and so the cost of repairs would be withheld from that bond. I understand that, that they have covered the costs of rectification, but Kevin, I might just ask you to confirm that with Parks and Recreation and circulate that.
That'd be great if I could just find out the final outcome. Thank you.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too would like to congratulate the staff on First Five. I think it's the most amazing program and used to be involved in it years ago. We used to read. It's not what I'm talking. I've had, since Council has changed its grants program so that nobody can now apply except they're online, I've had many people contact me. They heard it on the ABC. I don't remember us making a decision around this room, and what I do remember saying is that when amalgamation happened, that nobody would be left behind and everyone would be treated the same. Well, I don't believe this is doing that. We're having trouble now to find equity, and those grants, some areas of our community have never applied for a grant simply because they haven't got the volunteers or the people who can step up and run something. It's been something since I've been on council that it's been a concern that the people who are successful at it, you'll find different areas and good luck to them, but there's areas that aren't, and I think that this is very divisive. Yes, you're a volunteer. Yes, you give up your time to serve something. Yes, you take it upon yourself to run an event, but no, you can't apply for a grant from council unless you're IT savvy, and I think that's very, very poor. And Mr Jeffries has tried to answer and plea, and I don't particularly want him to reply to me. I want the community to hear this, and I want my colleagues to hear this, because I think we have 20% of our community that isn't IT savvy, and we've just taken it away, the ability to be part of that from our community by making it. My whole idea was that was what our community development officers were supposed to be for. They were supposed to be working in the area where they were and helping those groups of people. Well, if that's failed, well, that's not the community's fault. So I'm very distressed, actually, and upset about this. And some of the people I've spoken to are, and it matches the whole thing about people feeling uncertainty around the core value grants. I've had calls about that too. If we're going to do this, we should be inclusive and have it open to everybody. Other than that, we shouldn't do it at all. So I'm not happy about it, and I don't know what we can do about it, but I'm registering my displeasure on behalf of those small communities and those groups out there who do not have the capacity to access computers and do what they need to do to be accepted for their own money to come back to them to assist a community event to engender a sense of community. I don't think it's good enough.
Thanks, Councillor Carol Taylor. Councillor Tim McMahon.
Look, could I just take a moment to, with respect, object to the comment that no one can apply? I think if you were unable to use a computer, a CDO would sit down with you with their own computer and hold your hand through it. And I actually really don't like that comment that it's impossible, no one can apply. I think that's not true, and I appreciate where you're coming from, but that's where we're moving. Talk about efficiencies within our organisation. I think if you are looking to apply for a grant, we'll get you there. I'll leave it as a comment because that's coming to us Tuesday next week. Welcome the discussion then.
Well,
Just a brief one, Councillor Carroll.
you need to be embedded in communities to understand what they think. It's not what we think around here, around this table. It's what they believe and feel and are helped with in their own community. You need to be embedded in that community to understand.
Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff, you've got a comment?
I think actually Councillor O'Shea's comment is in regard to this current issue, so maybe we'll loop back through you, Chair, if that's allowed.
Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, thanks, Councillor Taylor. I understand your point of view with this one, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's about community. So the staff have engaged with numerous community groups and have had negative feedback. They actually were surprised at the amount of negative feedback moving towards this. So the Smarty Grants program, which we're going to learn more about in coming weeks, is actually the opportunity, obviously, to understand how to use it through our staff, as we mentioned, and happy to walk them through all those sort of processes. But you're right, it's about what the community says and thinks. And as I said, the staff, which they'll probably reiterate when they speak to us about this next week, have had multiple conversations with multiple user groups, and the number is an extraordinary amount that they've reached out to. And we've been talking about Smarty Grants for as long as I've been in this portfolio. It's about 2 years. Every time we've had the applications come to us as a whole of meeting of council, and we've talked about we have this different form or what that may be. I remember on numerous occasions Daryl Bates has mentioned that this will become a lot easier once we bring ourselves up to date with nearly every other state government, federal government, and a majority of local governments for that matter. There's a number of them that are around us, Lockyer Valley, one that have a lot smaller grants programs that have been using this program for nearly 10 years. So we're actually slow at the uptake of this, but I just think it's just important to point that out. I think our staff have reached out to a number of community groups. Absolutely understand the points that you raised, Councillor Taylor. I think they are valid, but I think that the community should be rest assured that we do have our CDOs and staff that, and they even reiterated this morning, that they're willing and in the process of it is of helping people through the process. So absolutely, under any circumstances, as Councillor McMahon probably pointed out before, no one will be excluded from the possibility or the option of applying for grants. And I think we'll find that whilst there may be some short-term pain in terms of getting used to using a system, which happens no matter what age you are, I believe, it will be something that long-term wise anyone applying for grants through TRC will now be pretty much the same as what they are doing with every other grant that they're applying for at other levels.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. I think there's a learning in this, that we must publicise that that's available to those communities that are in need of it, and there is assistance available. And that's the only way that it can be solved at this point in time. Any further questions in respect to the Environment Community Services? Councillor?
Just a
Rebecca
comment to
Ronald.
respond to Councillor McMahon's comment before, that it's not like we're not allowing kids to come to the First Five Forever program, and that is actually exactly the point. We are making them register to attend and numbers are capped, so that's why I am so appreciative of the review that Mr Jeffries is doing.
Any, Councillor Summerfield? Councillor Nancy Summerfield?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just one really quick one, if I could, around the community development officers who do a fantastic job across our region. And I think it was a great initiative when we initially, and through you, Mayor, who really drove that outcome, that we actually had those officers on the ground. But I just want to explain an experience that a number of us had last Friday when we went out and did our community engagement. And that is that the community development officers were saying to the people, you can ring 131872 to report that. And we were saying, well, actually, no. The whole idea of us being out here and engaging with you is that we actually write it all down and submit it through the correct process on their behalf. And we were told that that was the direction they've been given. So could that be looked into to ensure that correct process is followed, to ensure that the reason why we're out there is to help these people, and that help is given without them having to turn around then and ring 131872 to file their problem?
Yep, I'll be more than happy to follow
Thank
that
you
up.
very much.
And there no doubt would be a barrier in some places around all this, and it's a transition from how they used to do it to how we've got to do it, how it's best to do it now, I suppose, and we need to make sure we take them on the journey.
Well, I think it's important that we're out there for a reason, and that is
That's
to hear
right.
the people, and that we actually deal with it there and then, rather than them have to then turn around and ring 131872 when they leave. We need to make sure we deal with it there and then.
Okay, any further questions with respect to this matter, Environment Community Services report? Do I have a mover? Thanks, Councillor O'Shea and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That's carried. Keep going and see if we can get finance done. Anne-Marie, we'll go through finance. Give ourselves about a half an hour for lunch, if that's okay by you people.
Good afternoon, councillors. I will take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, happy to move it, but I would like to just make comments, so not a question, Anne-Marie, if you don't mind, and that's in regard to the local supplier spend of $17 million for the month of May, and it's 65% now for the annual year to date, some $177 million, 64%, which I think, and we've mentioned it every month, and it should be reminded for our community that that's probably the best economic stimulus we can give as a package to our community, because by and large those organisations, businesses are employing local people, supporting local families and having, spending money locally. So I just wanted to again congratulate the team on doing what they're doing, because I know, based on the fact that you've had workshops and trying to do your best as an organisation to uplift that even further, all of these things take effort. And they take commitment, and quite often it takes a cultural shift in an organisation to go from where we were as about 25% of local spend in 2012 to 65% this year. So I think it's an extraordinary effort, and something that the organisation, from a cultural perspective, focusing local as much as we possibly can, is something worth acknowledging. So I just want to acknowledge that as I move it. Thanks.
Councillor McDonald's moved to receive that report. So is Councillor Shine has seconded. Yeah, they're worthwhile comments, I think, Councillor McDonald. I think the fact that we're focusing on spending money locally, and we're a major organisation in town with a big spend, I think that's a very positive thing. No further questions? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Carried. Councillors, would someone like to move that we adjourn for lunch, please? And Councillor Bonhoff and Councillor Summerfield, those in favour? It's carried.
Good afternoon, councillors. The Chief Executive Officer's monthly report for June is entirely focused around the activities of the Business Transformation and Strategy branch. So happy to take any questions that you've got in relation to that, or I can do my best to answer any other questions that you've got also.
Are there any other questions? I understand that the Hampton Irrigators matter has been signed off and is now complete.
Yes.
Okay. No questions? Someone like to move the receipt of that report? Councillor James and Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. Councillors, we'll move then to my report. It's a fairly long one. It was been an incredibly busy month. But there are some things that I will take out of it, I think, that are worthy of having a discussion about. And, of course, the military exercise was important in town. That worked out, I think, pretty well, particularly for those who were involved. During the month, I had quite a bit to do with the local police, quietly behind the scenes in respect to the levels of crime in Toowoomba. And that culminated in, of course, Minister Mark Ryan coming to town. And I've just been talking to Charisse Pond, Assistant Commissioner Charisse Pond, who some of you may have met, but I think it would be important we get her to come to a lunch one day and explain her role as Assistant Commissioner. I was speaking to her this morning and she's in fact in Hervey Bay at the moment. But the outcome that came about as a result of the work that had been done, and I'd say fairly quietly behind the scenes, I think you'd find that the figures that I was given by police indicated that there were some areas of activity here that were beyond what we would hope for, or they were terrible in fact, and they were getting pretty high. But so, a couple of factors that will come into it. In terms of the police response, there will be 29 additional people brought to the Toowoomba area. And that Toowoomba area includes some people going to Gundawindi, where there is an issue out there. There's enough additional 5 police going out there. There's a couple of those 29 will go into traffic control down Laidley Way. I hear from Charisse this morning. But the balance will be working here. And, you know, quite tragically, the statistics show that a tremendously high percentage of the crime is coming out of 18 young people who are known to the police in Toowoomba. And the police service is now beginning to work with other government departments attempting to get back into the families to see if there's something that they can do around that. I think the, I did have a meeting on the 13th of June, which was with the day before the announcement of the pipeline and so forth with Minister Butcher, and that was in respect to the manufacturing hub, and we're hoping to get something in line with a manufacturing hub here. The other news, of course, which isn't included in here, is the funding for a new hospital at Toowoomba. I think that's good news. And the other person I hope to get in for lunch in the not too distant future is Mike Horan, who I had a conversation with, and he's quite excited about it. I think the initial figures that went in the paper was a mistake, saying that there would be 118 beds provided. It was an additional 118 on top of what we've got now. So it's, I think that is particularly good news. Interestingly, there have been a couple of meetings, and I have mentioned this before. One on the 3rd of June when Stuart Summers and I travelled to Parliament House in Brisbane for a 3 o'clock Friday afternoon meeting with a number of people from departments in planning, and also when there was a local government association lunch at the LGAQ boardroom with the Deputy Premier. And there was a lot of discussion around planning, and I might have mentioned to you once before, the real cost of the infrastructure for a house across southeast Queensland, the enabling infrastructure, is in the order of $60,000, and of course we're getting 30. And there are regions within this area and cities within this area that are trying very hard to not have so much development to save their dollars. Had a good meeting with Christian Rose and Jodie Weller from the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning regarding better engagement with the Toowoomba Regional Council, so I thought that was good. I met with Vic Panisi, Andrew Smith, Paul McVeigh, had Dr Paul Curry with me regarding the future of the Water Alliance, and our idea there is to work more closely, try to get more engaged with the state government body that's got the funding up there. And that might be a difficulty, but I think at this point in time, it's probably the best way to go. I don't think there's too much more, but I'm quite happy with the outcome in respect to youth crime in Toowoomba. I think I'm pleased at the way it's been done without discrediting either the police or the community of Toowoomba. I think we've been able to get a good outcome there. So, any questions? Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a comment, and that is with regards to the hospital. In your conversations and in all of our conversations, I think it's absolutely essential that we keep saying, and I don't know, I guess, having not seen the plans, I don't know how formally finalised they are, but I just think that we all need to be saying the same thing, which is and it's in line with what the state government has just set as an intention with their budget, so I'm pleased with that. The site of the new hospital at Bailey Henderson is where the psychiatric hospital used to be, and I've had parents who have worked in mental health and as psych nurses, and it is absolutely critical that we do not lose mental health beds in the relocation of the hospital. And if we can all just keep on saying that it's great, absolutely wonderful that we're going to be getting a new hospital, but not one single mental health bed can be lost for our community. We need more psych unit beds, not just the AMHU, like the acute mental health units, but the other mental health beds that are available. And then as part of that as well, rehabilitation, drug and alcohol rehabilitation, because our community has great work that's done up at Sunrise Way. A lot of people, though, will try and rehab in hotel units, hotel rooms and things, and it's a dreadfully dangerous situation for those people. And they're clearly showing an intent that they want to turn a corner in their lives. And even on a cost analysis, it makes financial sense, let alone the moral case for really being mindful of that rehab. So please, fellow councillors, in all of your conversations, and Mayor, in your conversations with the state government, if we can just really hammer home the fact, more mental health beds, not one fewer mental health bed, please, and rehab for drug and alcohol.
Yep. It was very interesting, the conversation with Mike Horan, and I don't remember it all. It was done whilst I was at the airport in Canberra yesterday, but very clearly he's pointed out that they're going to do a lot of repurposing at the current site for other supportive services. There was a bit of a feeling that the current site might have been for another purpose, might have been possible for an oval or a stadium, that kind of thing. But the message that I got from Mike yesterday, and it was only very brief in circumstances where I was awaiting a plane, but the reality is that he told me they will repurpose that site and will still have a health purpose. So, a lot of those things you've talked about, I think that sounds pretty good to me. But look, it's a step in the right direction. It's a tremendous investment in health in Toowoomba. And as Mike Horan said to me yesterday, he said, you give us 2027 when it's expected to be built. If you look at St Andrews, St Vincent's, as well as a much enhanced public hospital, we'll really be a good spot when it comes to medical provision. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on what was out there, I think that there was a concept design taken to the public and to a lot of us around this table, and it was to be, I haven't seen it for a while because, I guess it's been put in the top drawer, but it was to be a health precinct with not only the public hospital out there, but ancillary uses. So, and I guess that won't happen straight away. I have no reason to doubt that will still happen because they've got a good site out there. But I think that, that'll happen over time.
Yes.
So I think that'll also be attractive because as things, showing up deficiencies and things that haven't been provided to date. But I do agree, drugs are becoming such an issue in our community that I do believe the missing link is the rehab, the actual beginning of the rehab. And if you talk to Sunrise Way and others, and even to Catherine McCaffrey from St Vincent's, and we've talked about it on our committee there, that drying out period, that being able to be, that is the missing link here, and that would assist with a lot of the rehabilitation. And as Councillor Vonhoff says, that people have made that decision, they know it's not going to be easy, but they do need to be able to have a facility to do that in a regulated and supervised way. So I would think that would be one of the most important things we call for, because, we all know, our young people, a lot of people, drugs has become so insidious. It's
thanks, Carol.
even the drug testing, they're finding more people using drugs far more than they are using alcohol. So it's definitely rife.
There's just one more thing, and I got a bit of a shock when I got down to Canberra, because at the opening I had to, I was taken aside and asked would I work with ARTC and TSBE to, there's a need now for those, they believe, ARTC believe, there's a need now for those people who can potentially have logistics hubs to get together and have a conversation about how they do that in respect to the Inland Rail line. So we did that. They're hoping to work with TSBE to have a conference here, early in September or very late in September, but somewhere in September, where they bring people from, quite a few Victorians want to come and have a look at what's happening. Quite a few of the sites along the rail line are interested in logistics hubs, and rightly so. They're interested in talking about connectivity with roads and rail, so they see this as a possibility. Councillor Shine and then Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just want to, first of all, support the remarks of Councillor Vonhoff in relation to the critical work that's done by Sunrise Way in particular, and Councillor Summerfield and Councillor McDonald and myself were at a Pittsworth Business Alliance breakfast on Tuesday, where Colleen from Sunrise Way illustrated to us all there the benefits and the great work that's being done there at about 25 people at a time, I think, per memory. They're always full, and there's a great need, as you mentioned, and as Councillor Taylor and Vonhoff mentioned, that great need in our society, as there is elsewhere throughout the country, for that facility. But the question I wanted to ask was perhaps a minor matter compared with the other important issues that we've been talking about in the last few minutes. And that was on the 23rd of May, you met with the Vice-Chancellor regarding the Japanese gardens. Can you recall what that might have been about?
Yes, I threw the ball immediately to Nick. There's a bit of a land ownership issue out there, and I think they're trying to solve that, Nick. Be a reasonable thing. We still do own some land in amongst that, and there is an attempt being made now to sort that out. We'd be better off to throw them the ball, I think. And I think in the past there may have been someone at the university who didn't particularly want to do it the way that everybody else wanted to do it, and that held it up. But, as far as the Japanese gardens are concerned, and I think it involves toilets there, something of that nature, I think it's an operational matter that I won't get my head into. Just
Mr. Mayor,
briefly, Councillor Carr.
if I might speak, I don't think so. I think it would probably have to come to council. The end of the gardens and the toilet area and that undeveloped area belongs to council.
Yeah, and I think it's been brought to council.
We
There's a
have-
resolution they speak of from,
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, there was a resolution.
Yes.
I was sitting around here and we didn't bequeath it to them or anything else. We allowed them to take over the management of the whole lot. That
Yeah.
was my understanding.
okay.
So I think if there were any change, you can check that, but I don't believe it was. It was, and I'm not saying that that's not what I don't support, but I think it might have to come to council.
Do you want to comment on that?
I can provide some clarity around that, councillors. There is a council decision, sorry if I set it up. The land on which the Japanese Gardens is located is in two different sets of ownership. One, USQ owns some of the land and council owns some of the land. And we have an arrangement with USQ that they maintain the entire of the Japanese Gardens, and we make a contribution towards that. There's a council decision, I can't remember the year, it's going back quite a few years, and council agreed to dispose of the land to the USQ under certain conditions. And some of those conditions were around ensuring that if the Japanese Gardens were to discontinue being used as a garden and USQ wanted to do something different with it, that the land would revert to council. So that was some of the conditions. And so we were unable to successfully negotiate that disposal under those conditions at the time, and the USQ is interested in recommencing those discussions. So any discussions that we have will be in accordance with that council decision of that time, and if anything changes or there are any other sensitivities that emerge, we'd certainly bring it back to council.
Now, Councillor Nancy? Summerfield?
Thank you, Mayor, and that's my recollection too, Nick. But so just in relation to the 13th of June, Mayor, when you met with Minister Butcher in relation to a manufacturing hub, you mentioned it to me the other day, and I didn't quite grasp what he was getting at, because we actually do already have a manufacturing hub, and I think it's around $135 million a year and 1,200 jobs or something like that. It's pretty strong. It's pretty high up in our productivity, and I just wondered, what did he have in mind in relation to a manufacturing hub?
It appears there's areas in Queensland that have state government recognition and state government assistance as well, and apparently we're not one of those. It appears from the discussion with him and his staff, there's an opportunity for us to get more engaged in developing a bigger manufacturing hub here.
So do you have any idea what we would have to do to ensure that we are a hub?
He's coming back to me with what has to be
Okay.
done.
Thank you.
I don't think there's too much more unless there's some other questions. Whole lot of openings and that kind of thing. But one of the special moments of the month was the Peace Conference in Toowoomba and meeting the young lady who's a journalist with the ABC in Sydney. And she's from Afghanistan originally. And, you know, it was quite inspiring for me to have that conversation with her and to once again realise how very fortunate we are, how blessed we are, whatever way you want to couch it, to live in Australia and have the freedoms we have. Okay. Don't think there's too much more. Someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Summerfield and Councillor McMahon, those in favour? That's carried. Right. We have matters for which notice has been given. Councillor Nancy Summerfield in respect to Frayling Park development proposal.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to this, and it's simply that the Frayling Park proposal that Council dealt with in 2014 be brought back for reconsideration. We have fresh eyes around the table, and we also have further years of knowledge within the community. Probably the only thing that I wish was in here that might help people with their thought process on this being reconsidered is the development of the parkland, because it was quite beautiful, the design that was proposed as a result of this, and that the development side of it is what funds the actual development of the park. So it was a really good idea at the time. There was pushback from a number of people in the community with of course their own interest being that they wanted to not have anything backing onto their property where they joined the park. However, I believe we are in a position now where we have land supply issues, as we keep hearing. The outcome of this is that we get a development which then funds the design of a beautiful park on the entrance on the southern side of Toowoomba, providing win-win outcomes. And today we're not debating the actual development and the design. Today we're deciding whether we'll bring it back to council next month for consideration. So it's not about debating, you know, whether we have it or not. It's about deciding, will we bring it back to council? So I'd appreciate some support if I could, please.
Would be a good idea to bring forward the other one we've been talking about too, the Middle Ridge land that's was the nursery in its totality. And can I just simply say, Councillor Nancy, that I think your concept of suggesting that we ought to preserve the parkland that was so beautifully designed, something that appeals to me out there at Farley Park.
Absolutely.
Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to support Councillor Summerfield. That block of land was earmarked for the Criterium track, and that's what it was bought for and set aside therefore. And we had 3 trips, I believe, to Brisbane to have a look at Fitzgibbon, Varsity Lakes and somewhere else where you had a mix of housing.
That's right.
What it was to be was a demonstration project so that people in Toowoomba could see, particularly developers, that you could do that well with good design and have wonderful parkland as well as it. And that was never set aside as a park, and that was the misunderstanding of the community. But we can have both here, and I'd like to see it go back because I thought it was very good, and it was just a not in my back, not understanding what we were trying to do. And I think that council's idea, apart from the park element of it, was actually an outcome of being able to show that type of development or different types of development that could be offset with good design and also amenity provided by parkland. And I actually voted for it, so I was very disappointed when it didn't get up. And I think it was simply because of not understanding what was trying to be done there. But I think the nursery is quite different. It's in an area that's going to sell quite well anyway. But I think this has got 2 prongs to it. It can provide a park and some housing, and also show that medium density and other housing, it can all coexist if it's designed properly. And I'd like to see it come back to us as well and start with what we had before, and we can perhaps adjust it.
I think Councillor Summerfield's suggestion is actually covering that we bring it back in a report. Councillor McMahon and then Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I just want to throw my own hat in the ring here, and I do support this. I was interested to learn on my starting on council that a very large flat prime block of land out there had a 2014 decision over it, and certainly would be very much in favour of looking into it. I note that this is not a decision. This is a report presented looking at options. I just wanted to ask that the 12th of July...
Sorry, Councillor Carroll, you...
Just cut me off,
sorry,
whatever.
Councillor Tim. The
He's
plans...
speaking.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I just
finish,
wanted to ask the General Manager if the 12th of July time frame is doable and if he's happy with that.
Mine was that the
Carol.
plans would still be there that we had.
The plans.
And we could start
Yep.
perhaps from there.
Yep, well, that'd be interesting, yeah.
12th of July is pretty tight because
You've already got to have
the
it.
reports and everything would be closing in the next week and a half, or given because we're 3 weeks out from each meeting. So I think it is a little tight.
It would have to come in August?
August
At the
would be
earliest.
doable, yeah, for sure. Yep, I'll answer the question. Yep,
Yeah,
August
so,
would be better than July.
Well, I don't know if back to the move of the motion, if there'd be. I'm just aware from in my own department, your reports are almost due in a week or so, so
Yeah.
that doesn't leave you much timeline. Future or August, or to the move of the motion, if you'd be happy to look at coming to the party on that.
Stuart, do you wish to make, oh, sorry. Have you been asked a question, Councillor Summerfield?
I think there's a
I
lot
have,
of,
but
a
Stuart
lot of
wants
water
to
has
talk.
gone under the bridge since 2014. There's new players in the market now, particularly government, like the community housing providers, who are looking at innovative housing, at new ways of doing housing for particularly lower cost housing, which I think maybe Councillor Nancy's looking at, but also the social housing and housing generally. So there are other options there for council now, because council obviously is not in the business of building and supplying houses, but we're certainly there to facilitate and try and encourage organisations to get into the housing market with that full range of housing. This site is certainly suitable in many ways, as that was proven there's different options done. So I think it wouldn't be a matter of just rehashing the existing plan or the plans that were done before. I think we've moved on from that. We're looking for probably a range of housing sizes. They're all pretty small blocks, as you'll recall.
Very small blocks.
So, yeah, I think August would give us an opportunity. I mean, the guys are pretty busy, particularly Jade, who would be drawn into this one, are pretty busy at the moment. I think we could certainly bring the flavour of this resolution back to council in August rather than July.
So if I could speak.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Stuart. I think we're overcomplicating it. I think what we need to do is bring back what we've currently got and then have that conversation that you're just having right now. And that way you can bring it back in July if you just bring back what we've already got. And then we have a discussion around what we think we should have.
Okay.
So really what this is doing, this motion, is beginning the journey.
Okay.
I'm not thinking that in July we
If
actually
that's the understanding of council, that's great, because,
So it wouldn't be a matter of a decision being made in July, it'd be a matter of having a look at it and then planning on how we can bring it forward again, maybe in a different form. And of course, the world has changed in terms of housing.
Yeah.
There's no doubt it's from 2014.
And I'm not sure that it should be social housing, but that's a discussion we'll have in July when it comes back to us.
Yep.
So
Okay.
that would mean no extra work for the staff other than to dig up the old designs and present them at the meeting in July, is my thinking, and that we then discuss what sort of options we'd like to see in there.
I've got Councillor Shine wishing to speak, and then we might see if we... Sorry? I don't have a seconder. I took Councillor Carroll as a seconder. Is that all right? Yep. All done. Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. I'm just wondering, is it envisaged that the concept as displayed in the 2014 proposal is what we'll be discussing in July, or will it be open to other uses for that park? And what I've got in mind is it's a beautiful, large park suitable for a sporting oval, and if you speak to the officers here responsible for sport in this town, they will confirm that the great shortage there is of sporting ovals. Now, I know Charlton's going to come online beyond my lifetime probably, but in the meantime you've got this beautiful flat, ready-made, almost ready-made oval there, and I'd like to see it as, for example, an all-year-round football oval, or preferably even an all-year-round cricket oval, for which there is a great need as well. So I'd support this proposal to discuss it in July, if it's open to other uses other than what was proposed in 2014. If it's not, then I'll oppose it.
Thank you.
Chair.
Councillor James O'Shea,
Could
and
I-
then Councillor Summerfield.
Could I respond to that? Thanks.
Well,
No.
I guess I haven't got into any level of debate, but if you wish to respond quickly, I'll
look,
allow
only
you that
just-
to happen.
If I could quickly, it's only that the development actually supports the funding of the development of the park, which is the key concept of what this Frayling Park is about. If you can find a way that a sporting field brings that sort of funding to develop the rest of the park, well, I'm sure that would be open. But Kerry, that could always be discussed at next July meeting. let's have the discussion then.
Yeah.
And can I just simply say that I see Frayling Park, I wouldn't like to see too much building there, but I would like to see it as the southern entry, a southern Queen's Park. Actually, I think it's got tremendous potential to be a beautiful park for that part of the town. Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll just be brief. Councillor Shine, you concern me with what your life expectancy is if you're worried about not seeing Charles. But
Put him on Gumby.
that aside, I think, yeah, I support this, but I think also we've just got to realise where we are. All of these different things that have been tossed around is sort of, I think, where Councillor Summerfield's sort of saying, that's what, we're putting it back on the table here, starting the journey again, and then we've got the opportunity, obviously, once we get to July. We might get to July and Council might say no, not to go ahead with it at all, or it might look like this, or what options are. So I think whether it's all year round cricket ovals, if it's a social housing, if it's parks, whatever that may be, that's all, I think, what, we need to look at and discuss when it's brought back into July. And then from a staffing point of view, we know what Council's appetite for what it may look like or what options it could be is moving forward. So I think it's important to remember where we are at the moment and what the intent of this motion is obviously just to have that opportunity to have all options available.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have seconded this, but my understanding or my thought would be better to come to an information session so we're able to have those conversations without it coming to a formal meeting. The criterium track for your, Councillor Shine, went out to the showground, so it's not designated a park. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of conversations, but I think an information session prior to any report coming to Council would have a lot of benefit, I think, for us all being able to say something about it.
There is
And it's Councillor Summerfield's motion, so Councillor Summerfield, were you intending an information session?
No, not really, Councillor Carroll. What I was thinking, and I understand exactly where you're coming from, what I thought was when we've got it before us in July, we can then chew the fat on all of those ideas that have been mentioned around the table, and then that'll give guidance to the staff to go back and then bring an information session to us after that, was my thinking.
There is a briefing for the nursery site, I think Tuesday of next week.
Be an opportunity then too.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. I'm more than happy for this to come through, but I actually support Councillor Carroll's idea of having an information session, simply because I think there's some commercial in confidence things that could be discussed in a session, information session, which would give more value to a report that could come in July, because I do think we need to keep all of the things in mind that weren't around in 2014, and least of which, of course, is the Highfields town centre site, of which the mix of the housing there that could be proposed may well achieve the same outcome as what could be done here, together with the nursery site, which again wasn't spoken of at the time. So whilst I'm not against a session coming to here, I think we may well spend a lot of time with very little outcome in July or August, whenever it can come, without some firm commitment from councillors to proceed to the next step or not. I just think there's value in it, so I'd be happy to support it with following an information session to come to a committee of Planning and Development Committee, wherever that may be, July or August.
That seems to be a fairly logical outcome, Councillor Summerfield. You happy with that?
Yeah, look, if we were to do that, I would propose we change it to August to allow staff to have time to prepare an information session prior to it coming to council meeting. So the August ordinary meeting would be, whatever date that is, would be my preference to
But
amend
there'd be
that.
an information session held in the meantime.
Yes.
Councillor Carroll, you happy with that? And I guess once we get the report in the not too distant future, that would give the timing in regard to when it could in fact come appropriately to the council for decisions.
Mr Mayor, can I just
August.
say that I'm very aware of the pressure on the staff, and I think, perhaps we could say an information session and then maybe when that's able to happen and when we can get it in.
Yeah, I see what
to
you're saying.
Yeah, so I'd like to see something put around that rather than stipulate an actual date. It's been
Well,
sitting there
perhaps-
since 2014. It doesn't have to happen in the next, month?
Yep. So if you'd like to make a comment on your resourcing to get this to the stage that General Manager Summers?
Probably can't add much more to what Councillor Carroll said, Mr Mayor.
Well, I think...
Of course, the guys are really busy. Jade would probably have major carriage of this, of course, and her staff that she doesn't have at the moment. There's a lot of pressure on the staff at the moment. But I think in the terms that Councillor Nancy mentioned, that would be bringing it forward for general discussion. I thought that'd be well worthwhile. Having Jade and Michelle and various other of the strategic thinking folk in the room, probably of some benefit, and we can move on from there. I think that's probably... It sounds like really Councillor Nancy's wanting to start the vehicle moving and in a constructive way. So, I think the discussion that we've had has been good.
Happy to have that information session number one, and then we could work out from that information session when we can in fact bring it to council. I think they will scope it by then, our staff, and how much they would need, how much time they would need to bring it forward.
So perhaps it's just at a future planning and development committee meeting.
That makes me feel a lot better.
That's more
At a future planning, right, that's before you. Comfortable with that, Councillor Summerfield? Councillor Taylor? Okay, anyone else wishing to speak? Debate? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried. Right. The second motion is with notice, comes from Councillor O'Shea. Extension of humanitarian settlement program. I can't see how we could have. Councillor O'Shea, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I circulated this earlier in the week. This is something that's come from resulting in the first few meetings we've had of the newly formed Multicultural Advisory Committee, but essentially the motion is that Toowoomba Regional Council writes to the Honourable Claire O'Neil, Federal Minister for Home Affairs, seeking an extension to the humanitarian settlement program for another 2 years for the Yazidi cohort who arrived in Toowoomba 5 years ago, with a commensurate increase in the settlement, engagement and transition support funding. I'm happy to, if there is a seconder, I'm happy to speak on it briefly.
Second.
Yep. Have I a seconder for the motion? Yes. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll Taylor seconded that, if you wish to speak.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'll only speak on it briefly because I think it's all there before us in the report. But essentially, as I said, it's something that's come through the Multicultural Advisory Committee, and I think this is a great example of the value of our Multicultural Advisory Committee, so bringing forward ideas and understanding issues that exist within our community, which affects, of course, the people of our region. And as we know, one of our pillars of our corporate goals is around people. So there's a real issue existing in this when it comes to funding. I think we've all heard it before. We speak parochially and proudly about how we are a region very welcoming of many different nations, but with the Yazidi population, we've had a large increase since the last amount of funding was delegated. So we've had a decrease in funding, but a rather large increase in arrival. So essentially, the figures don't add up to providing the best quality settlement program for those that are arriving here. So I think there's just an opportunity for us as council, probably through yourself, Mayor, to write and see if we can lend our voice to this case on behalf of the Multicultural Advisory Committee and many of the different service groups here that we know that do an incredible job to assist with the settlement of, and particularly in this case, as I said, of the Yazidi cohort that we have here in Toowoomba.
From my memory, particularly when John McVeigh was the federal member, we did receive a short-term funding boost, but nothing is permanent. And if we're going to have these people, and if we're going to assimilate them, we certainly need the help of the federal government. Anyone else? Anyone wishing to speak against this? I think it's a good idea. I might, if there's no one speaking against, I might then put that to the vote. Those in favour? Can I just say at the closure of that discussion, a group of us in Canberra had the opportunity to meet the Ukrainian ambassador. We had a photo with him. In fact, you would have seen that on Councillor Von Hoff's Facebook site, and I was fortunate enough to get a photo from you, Councillor Von Hoff, of his card, and I'm currently trying to prepare a letter to him suggesting that there's opportunity here for his people. We've just asked my staff to begin on that, but I've been quite short of staff. Mel's on holidays and Kate's been sick and nothing happening. Right. Anything else that anyone wants to bring up without notice? Righto. I think we then move to item 15. Would someone like to move that the meeting be closed to the public? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor McDonald, those in favour? It's carried.